The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
Going hard kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. From yellow Mayday 8s, they bred real stars. Welcome to the yard where the legends get raised, where the chain spots shine and the bloodlines praise. Grand champ King Kunta with that royal type stride. Red ruby in the pen, red hot worldwide. The brat in the cut, keep the hustle on track. Pretty Mama got the look and the structure intact. Elrod bring the heat, yellow bird bring the flame. Gus and 38 special certified in the game. What day in the ring, crowd love in the scene. Dogs moving like ghosts in the champion's dream. From yellow to buck, their foundation is tough. Yellow buck in the veins, yeah, the roots run rough. Mayday in the pedigree, ace in the spine. That old school fire still alive in the line. Twin brothers in command, pushing forward with pride. Going hard on the banner, let the whole world ride. Hard work in the yard, every sunrise earned. Legacy in the dirt, with every chain spot turn. No shortcuts taken, no champions bought. Just blood, sweat, time, and the lessons they taught. Going hard kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. Yellow Mayday ace turning pups into stars. Sheriff Pal bought us in the game, stamp legit. Find him in Tornadoes pedigree. Hall of Fame, double grand champion. James Pogay, the formula showed how to build and sustain. Blueprints in the blood, yeah, the knowledge remain. T.O. our partner, Ohio Cash showed how to win. Turn losses into lessons, now it's trophies we spin. Mama, Triple M, deep south in the mix. Arsenal, Kennel, Stone City, solid foundations, no tricks. Hardcore, BLB up in the spec, it's 6. Yes, yes. Yeah. Tom, Dick, Todd, Tony Wade, Southern Kennels, real ones through time. Time from Pro Set, Windy City, combined in place, low type, apex, pressure built for the chase. Gotta eat boys, black ice, hunger sharp as a blade. Third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. Yeah. I said third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. Going hard kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. From yellow Mayday 8s, they bred real stars. Welcome to the yard where the legends get raised, where the chain spots shine and the bloodlines praise. Grand champ King Kunta with that royal type stride. Red ruby in the pen, red hot worldwide. The brat in the cut, keep the hustle on track. Pretty mama got the look and the structure intact. L-Ride bring the heat, yellow bird bring the flame. Gus and 38 special certified in the game. What day in the ring, crowd love in the scene. Dogs moving like ghosts in the champion's dream. From yellow to buck, their foundation is tough. Yellow buck in the veins, yeah the roots run rough. Mayday in the pedigree, ace in the spine. That old school fire still alive in the line. Twin brothers in command, pushing forward with pride. Going hard on the banner, let the whole world ride. Hard work in the yard, every sunrise earned. Legacy in the dirt, with every chain spot turn. No shortcuts taken, no champions bought. Just blood, sweat, time, and the lessons they taught. Going hard, Kennels, yeah we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. Yellow Mayday ace turning pups into stars. Sheriff Pal bought us in the game, stamp legit. Find them in Tornadoes pedigree. Hall of Fame, double grand champion. James Pogay, the formula showed how to build and sustain. Blueprints in the blood, yeah the knowledge remain. T.O. our partner, Ohio Cash showed how to win. Turn losses into lessons, now it's trophies we spin. Mama, Triple M, deep south in the mix. Arsenal, Kennel, Stone City, solid foundations, no tricks. Hardcore, BLB up in the spec is 6. Yes. Yeah. Tom, Dick, Todd, Tony Wade, Southern Kennels, real ones through time. Time from Pro Set, Windy City, combined in place, low type, apex, pressure built for the chase. Gotta eat boys, black ice, hunger sharp as a blade. Third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. Yeah, I said third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid.
What up? What up? What's up? Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. It's that Hot Mic Friday. Hey, second day of the year. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hold on 1 second here. Let me see who I got out here in the tank right quick. Let me see who out here. Big shout out to my main man, the Insane Honey Badger in the house. What up, fam? Yo, what up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Constant Trauma Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My main man, Harry 360 in the house. What up, fam? Vulgar display of power. I see you, fam. Tribe 030. I see you, fam. Happy New Year, man. Big shout out to DB3, aka Ben Ben. What up, fam? Hey, Mo. Did you ever get Insane Honey Badger's email, man?
I answered all the emails. I thought it was him. I think I did send it to him. I sent my phone number.
Yeah. Insane. He said, yeah, he got the email. He sent you the phone number. And I think if you're using that email down there at the bottom, the Going Hard Reloaded at gmail.com. He said he answered all the emails. He hope you got it. If not, try it again. Because we definitely be looking out for you. Big shout out to my main man, Casino Life Prayers. What up, fam? Yo, the Mad Doctor's in the house. What up, fam? Let's see who else I got here. PDK74, what up, fam? My man, Mr. Carlos Rodriguez in the house. What up, fam? Bundle Views. What up, fam? Chest to chest, camp versus camp. Salute to my main man, the one and only Windmill. What up, fam? Hey, again, big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Again, all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know we're gonna have this conversation tonight because I think it's one of them funny ones. Because sometimes I hear people talking about dogs and shit, and the importance of the breeding program. And one of the things about dealing with breeding programs, it's like you have to understand that when you breeding anything, you're taking something and you bringing it together and you're trying to make it your own. I think that's what it's all about. Trying to make something great that you can call your own. And sometimes that takes time, and sometimes it don't take much time. It all depends on your knowledge and you doing what you need to do. Regardless of whatever the situation is and however you do it, it's never going to turn out until and unless you put in the work. You got to put in the work to see if it's worthy and even see if it's working. Because if you want to have your name on it, especially if you're trying to have your name on it, for us, we go back and we look at people like Stone City, Southern Kennels, Hardcore. When you talk about their dogs, you can basically, first of all, talk about the kennel, the yard, how all of them, they had their own breeding programs. Yeah, Southern Kennels, Hardcore, M&M, Stone City, all of them had their own way of breeding what they were using. So when you talk about certain dogs or certain kennels, when you say Stone City, that's their line of dogs. That's their bloodline. They run in this certain line of dogs, and it becomes their line of dogs. Victor was able to do it. Eminem and Mau Mau been doing it for years. Another one, Only in America, they've done it. And when I say bloodlines, regardless of how you breeding, anytime you put these things together and it's working for you and you're being consistent in doing these certain things, I've seen what it takes to make it yours. Because for me, I think over the years, we started calling our dogs just going hard dogs. Most of the people who got those dogs, they kind of more like stuck to our breeding program. Because most of the time, when a lot of them dogs Mo moved them dogs, Mo was actually giving dogs that were already based off of breedings that he had already made. Some of them bitches, they was full of pups. And then you think about the people who were able to, like VBK and Most Wanted, Mad, people that actually came and got a chance to have those dogs. And even Gameville, all of them had a chance to take that line of dogs. I think Mo and Jamie had a lot to do with the breedings he was making, because Jamie depended on Mo to guide him through. So a lot of those dogs, those breedings that happened over there, that was just basically him and Mo just still doing their little thing. But in the process of doing that, it was like everybody stayed to the proper program. Now, not everybody can do that simply because being that we wasn't breeders and only certain people got their hands on those dogs. That is the majority of why those dogs were able to keep moving on. So yeah, we could always sit back and say that they go on hard dogs because it basically the major part of the bloodlines was coming off the yard. Now, we might have had a little bit of everybody, but we can't keep saying, well, this is hardcore, cross with Stone City, cross with Southern Kennels, and then you got to get outside of that when you got those other dogs being bred back into those dogs. So we just basically just called the dogs anything that we had put, we bred, and we put our name on it. So they became go on hard dogs. So when does that matter? Well, it matters a lot when you're growing in this game. Because one thing I learned about good dogs, people who have good dogs, they journey at some point will make them available to the right people. And see, that's the most important part, that if y'all don't get nothing out of the night, you need to get that point clearly, with the star by it, because we were able to do a lot of the things we did, and they were able to do a lot of their things they did based on they knew what they wanted and the relationships they had to make, to make these things happen, And of course, you already know how we felt about the Victor and the Stone City getting together, doing what they did, knowing the relationship that they journey had. And they put all that aside to make, to me, a very, very valuable breeding. But at what point could they say they could make it their own? Well, did it happen overnight? No, it never did. It never does. One thing you'll notice at some point in time, dealing with these breedings and these bloodlines, none of it is really truly new. Like, I feel like every combination that you could possibly think of when it comes to breeding these dogs as far as bloodline has happened. But in that same true factual statement, not all of it worked. So that should be an indicator that you can do something that somebody else did, and throw your little own spin on it. And what might work for you might not work for the next man. But with things like that and things like that happening, that hurts your brand. And one of the things I noticed about all of them, before they would hurt their brand, they would protect their brand. And what I mean by protect, that would be only certain people who would have the ability to have it. Now, true enough, all that changes once that brand is in full gear, because money changes people. I've seen it change them all, to be honest. I mean, and I don't say that in a bad way. I just believe that when you get as successful as they were getting, and they were basically trying to maintain their own yards, that the demand had a big effect on everything that came after that. You know what I'm saying? The demand. And that has been like that throughout the history of this game. Once that demand start coming, it's almost like now, is a quality maintainable? Well, when you're getting a lot of dogs out there, I mean, I'm gonna use Mayday as an example. I mean, when you got a lot of dogs getting out there, going into a lot of different people's hands, that changes a lot of things. And that's the truth. Because every dog, man, ain't the same. Everybody's ability to do certain things is not going to be the same. You know, I think a lot of our success with the winning record that our dogs had, even outside in other people's hands, because those were only certain people who had it. It wasn't a bunch of people who could go out there and just mess it up. So the ones who actually had it and did the right things with it, you know, it's the reason why we can talk about it. It wouldn't have made a damn difference if they hadn't never done something with it. It would have never made a difference if they hadn't have been breeding it the way we was telling them to breed it. Because once you start seeing it work, they get the program. You know, and that's what happened with a lot of the dogs that we got out there. But in order to even get them kind of people involved, you have to understand that we had to look at the things that we had to go through. We was doing a lot of winning, and we might have been like, I wouldn't even say the new kids on the block, but, you know, we was doing a lot. And that just brought a lot more attention. You know, especially when you've got, you know, the big kennels coming to your yard. You know, because like I said, we wasn't ever advertising. But for the ones who, you know, took that ride, just to come see or just wanted to have some of it, yeah. We just didn't have an overrun of them because being that we wasn't advertising, that part we didn't have to worry about. Now, when you got them big kennels coming like that, you know you're not going to send them away with no bullshit, because we didn't keep bullshit on the yard. So understanding that and knowing that, and them being on the yard as dog men and can walk down through the yard and take a look at these dogs and how, and those kind of conversations, I'm pretty sure that they just didn't take our shit back and just sit on it and look like it wasn't shit. Some great breedings was made with those dogs, and those dogs created good dogs. Because again, they wouldn't be worth talking about if they couldn't have done something. So I always looked at the breeding program as, when you make that breeding, whichever kind of blood that you created, and you stay consistent with it, you don't have to look for buyers, because buyers will come find you. I think that's the easiest way to control who's doing the buying, to keep, you know, the bad talk down. You know what I mean? Oh, I got dog from so-and-so, it wasn't shit for shit. So a whole lot of damn dogs. You know, was it the dog's problem or were you the problem? You know, those things will always come up. But how do you combat that? Well, I still think it starts with the dog man itself. The way you combat that is stop being greedy. You know what I mean? When I say stop being greedy, you know, you get on top and you start doing that, and then all of a sudden, you know, the numbers, the percentages start dwindling. Because everybody gonna always want to get something that when it's hot. See, for us, Yellow Buck and May, they weren't hot. It was, you know, they hadn't created that reputation as quick. I mean, in our time period, right when we started dealing with them. But as time went on, you know, yeah, as time went on, you know, their popularity went on, and then you start seeing a lot of people having access and getting their hands on dogs, and that's when I felt like all the crazy shit started. Big shout out to my man, Pitwise Kennels in the house, showing that love, coming through with a 10-piece. Appreciate that, fam. Bulldog family, peace and blessings all year. Same to you, fam. Melly Montana TV, what up, fam? Welcome to the Shark Tank. Frank, what up, man? Representing New Mexico in the house. I see you, fam. Who else I got it? My man, Mr. John Johnson. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Cosman Cal TV in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man. What up, though? My man Chico Nicholas. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. William Torres in the house. What up, fam? Hey, man, I appreciate all you guys for showing up tonight. But yeah, Bloodlines. What does it take to make it yours? You know, I always felt like it was one of them things that you could change as far as you know, how do you make it yours? To me, it's easy if you're serious about it. You know, work always speak for itself. I'm just going to tell you based off of what I've seen. You know, you've been around this shit long enough. You just pay attention to the ones who were able to do it. If it don't be for the dog men and the men with the dogs, we really wouldn't have much to talk about. And understanding that much, you know, think about, 1,500 and some offspring. My God. You know, that's 1,500 offsprings that's out there in God knows whose hands, you know what I'm saying, which makes it plausible of any and everything, because that was almost like you're looking for 1,500, like everything is supposed to work. And it just sounds, that part right there just seemed crazy to me, you know. So when I hear people be talking about they had this Mayday dog and they had that Mayday dog, I'd be, it's hard for me to understand, certain people's luck with it, knowing I was there from the very beginning, and the people who made Mayday who he was. I'm talking about when I say Mayday who he was, the first ones that when they hit the scene, they are the ones responsible for the popularity of the dog. Now, money might have drove everything else after the fact, but it was just that initial domination of the Mayday dogs that brought the popularity. So we're not calling them Red Boy dogs and Red Boy Bolio tombstones. No, they were just calling them Mayday dogs. Not Yellow, not Red Boy, not Yellow John. They were just calling them Mayday. That's, to me, that's a bloodline. We can tell you where it come from, but due to the dog's popularity, to me, I figured that, they created a bloodline. Now hardcore was a little different, and so were Stone City, based on how they were breeding. Both of, Victor stuck to one way, and Stone City, they had a couple ways of going about things. And in hardcore, they had, they had their different way about doing things, but it was always consistent. So you didn't never just come out and say, when you spoke of Stone City, like yellow buck dogs. No, when you talked about Stone City and their dogs, you talked about Stone City dogs. Dogs that was bred by Stone City, because they had different combinations of dogs that they were running. And we more were like, kind of like them, simply because we were running different types of bloodlines that we were creating based on the moves that we were making. So it wasn't no one particular dog. That's why we was always able to be like, those are going hard dogs. Stone City was those Stone City dogs, because those are hardcore dogs, just based on the way they were breeding and the dogs we were using. Now, being able to sit back and watch all that happen in real time. For me, it was, and for us back then, that was like real time. Prior to them having a name, and you just got a chance to be a part of what was actually happening. And did that take years? Yeah. I would say I would say 3 years. Yeah, I would say 3 years. That when you start having, and remember, in that 3-year time period, we had a yard full of dogs. 3 years, we had a yard full of dogs. So you take it from right there for us, working up to that point, and then where we move as we move forward through them years. Because at that time we had enough that we had stand power. We were doing enough with our dogs that we had stand power. They were making their own name. So that's a good way of looking at, a bloodline. Can't say they was all, when people say Mayday dogs. Well, you can't say we had just Mayday dogs. Just look at the breeding program, that's almost totally impossible to have, considering some of the other dogs that we had on the yard. And you're still dealing with Stone City, and hardcore. So during that time period for us, after coming down off those Eli dogs and those rascal dogs, and then stepping into those rare boy dogs, even dealing with Norman, because he had the rare boy dog. Remember, we just had bought Amber out of the box, which was the rare boy dog. So you take everything that was happening from that point, being the females that we were using, which got us to the point where we got to. And if you notice, we tell you our situation. I can't tell you, well, Victor has his own interview out there that discusses that shit. How he started, what he was dealing with, and the purpose of his change. And, history took care of itself from there. I think Hardcore Mike would be able to have his own story of how he started out, because those guys was doing dogs a long time prior to us meeting them. So I think the bloodlines and how to make it yours is always going to be based on the amount of work. It's, when we put so much emphasis on the work, you have to understand, if you're not putting in the work, then what is it to talk about unless you're going to be talking about papers? And you know how I feel about papers. That's why you have these things about all these 1,500 Mayday offspring. And I'm thinking, are y'all serious? I mean, even on a bad day, I'm taking this with 1,500 offspring, as they put it. If you ain't got 100 plus, no, even more than that, at 1,500, I would expect at least that dog to have at least 750 offspring of some type of champion or grand champion, 2-time or 3-time winners. You know what I'm saying? That the mark, we should have been full of them type of dogs. But I don't remember Mayday dogs taking that kind of hope when you got up into those type of numbers. Now I might be wrong, because 2004, we was down, based on the shit that we was going through. But I just didn't hear this mad entourage of, a bunch of Mayday killers running around. Because of what? So keep that kind of shit in mind, because it's still things that I think that's simple. That's the simple way of addressing the impossible. It's hard to base a bloodline, and especially if you're trying to do something that somebody else has done or something that has already happened, because a lot of this shit pretty much already happened at some point somewhere. The thing is only the cream of the crop gonna ever rise to the top. The popularity comes when many people, cream starts rising to the top based on a certain program. And why I think it's important to make it yours, regardless of how you put it together, because at some point you have to take responsibility and the credit for what you do. And if selling dogs is what you're taking credit for, you will have the accolades to where you really don't have to say nothing about your dogs. Your dog's success will always speak for you and your work. Never felt like, I guess YouTube is just like a different type of beast where people, they have to stick their chest out and feel a certain type of way. I see a lot of it on Facebook and everything. And I to me, it's funny to me because you don't know what people's purpose is, how long they've been in the game. You don't know a lot of things about people. So for me, I think it's easier to not be worried about what the next man thinks or what the next man is doing or what the next man got on his yard. My concentration would always be on what I got on my yard and what I'm feeding. Because I think that's where the quality of anything that you do when it comes to the dogs is where that's going to show up at. You can't be trying to keep up with the Joneses because, unless you see what the Joneses is doing, see for yourself, and there's something about it you like, I could see, build a relationship and get a better understanding of what they're doing and how they're doing it, and maybe add something to what you're doing. But not to see nothing, not to have any reasonings why, and it still always goes back, man, to, for us, it's always going to be about the females. Imagine you got the females and the males on your yard. You are ahead of the game when you have your breeding program on your yard. And not one to say, well, this is off of so-and-so. No, I'm talking about shit that you don't put that time in. You don't have to talk about it. It has already shown it's worthy that you don't have to say nothing. The fact is, you got them on your yard. Now, as long as it stay on your yard, you okay. Now we're gonna get on the bus and I'm gonna take you back in my time and I'll get so you'll understand why you were okay. Because as long as it was on your yard, you didn't have to go pay nobody's stuff fees. You didn't have to worry about having no deals with somebody else getting your puppies because of none of the crazy shit. Remember, once the shit's on your yard, you put that there. Now that's like your toolbox. That's why chain spaces was so important to us. You had, man, that chain spot meant a lot because it had to have a purpose why you're still here. And when you have a yard like that, to where you're not limited to the things that you do. That makes it so much easier for you to be making those type of choices of what you see works based on what you see for yourself. You're into this, that you completely understand why you did what you did, and did you get the results that you were expecting. Now, remember, that part alone takes time. That part alone, it takes time. Think about what it takes to raise a litter, the way you can get that, 18, 19 months. That's a lot of time. Think about when you got 3, 4 females on the yard that you breeding based on your breeding program, and you're not selling that, and you keeping everything. Look how much time that you will have saved yourself by raising them all. Don't have to worry about, I let the wrong one get away. You get a chance to really look at your toolbox and grade it based on the amount of work you put in it. Now, once you satisfy yourself on what you have done, we put it, in my time, we put it to the test. Because that's the only time that it was ever going to be worth talking about, or even worth taking a chance with, is it had to pass that test. And I feel like that, that's the majority what everybody back in the day, and let me take that back. I'm not going to say everybody, because a lot of guys would just go around and just buy dogs. It wasn't nothing to see somebody buy a 2-time winner or a champion. And you wasn't too many people turning they collars down to it, because when you had them type of dogs and them type of champions, you'd be amazed what people was paying for them. And believe me, they wouldn't be paying that kind of money if the dog wasn't worth it. Don't make sense. So when we tell you about putting in the work, that's just letting you know that there aren't no shortcuts to this. There are none. Why waste your time bullshitting and talking when you could just save all that air of talking and just put in the work and let your work speak for itself? And I say that with confidence, because that's the same way we felt about what we were doing. Give a damn how people think about it and how people feel. The fact is, we got around, and we didn't get around standing on the other side of the wall looking, and not participating. Hell yeah, it's a big thing when the big kennels come and looking for you. And I can look back on that shit and you can see our shit. And you can't just say this, like we walk them or somebody. You see other people using our shit. And if it don't be for the 3 years that it could have been more than that. If it don't be for, you know, when things went down the way they did, you know, and considering that was after the first time. Remember, the first time Mo sold everything, but he sold them to the right people, and he had to where he had access and control over who was doing what and how they were doing it. So that played a major part. You know, so you got to look at all the things, and we can tell you these things because we lived through it. I mean, we were there. I mean, there had to be a reason why these people was coming way from across the country to come into that yard. I have yet to see anybody pull up one fucking journal that we were in there advertising selling dogs. You're not gonna find it because we didn't. Our name got around because based off the work we was putting in. And you would wonder, and even for me, I'll be wondering, you know, a lot of those guys you could see, they could have went right past us. When, you know, it like competition kennels, they could have went just the same and dealt with Victor. They did. You know, think about all the guys that wound up with them dogs that could have went right to what they would consider the source. But at the time, we was out there working with our shit too. So to me, I think to get a better understanding of when you out here spending your money, and, you know, and you just talking, and yeah, the dog look good. To me, they all do at some point in time. You know, we've had some beautiful dogs over the time. You know, when you have as many dogs as we've had, a good looking dog, they come in all shapes, forms, and sizes. But a good looking working dog, shit, ain't nothing like it. You know? So understand that part, fellas. The bloodline, when do you make it yours? When you put in the work to make it yours. That is not complicated. There are many factors to that statement. Many factors to that statement. And only because all the things involved that you have to do to make it even worth even talking about, to even want to make it yours. Because talking I ain't never known nobody but Beeline, you know, outside of some other people that tried it, but not to that level and degree. You know, a lot of people felt like that about Walker Mall, but nobody did it like Beeline. You know, did a lot of talking, a lot of pumping yourself up, but look what it looks like when it catches up with you. You know what I'm saying? Look what it looks like when it catches up with you. And if you think about it, regardless of how many people might have talked shit about Maurice Carver and all these other people, David Tant, you know, and everybody messing over papers, why is it that when you look back on history, them people's body of work, regardless of how you feel about them, is still worth talking about? The foundation of why you even talking about them. You can say all this shit you want, but guess what? They don't really have to say shit. Just look at the history. History going to show you why they don't have to say shit and don't give two fucks about what you think. You know? And if they sit back and they just happen to make a lot of money based off the hype that they created based off their body of work, that takes me all the way back to Pat Patrick and the shit that he pulled. Somebody want a Maloney's 2 dog? Well, guess what? I'm gonna give them a Maloney's 2 dog. You know, think it's almost like trying to get me to believe that Mayday had 1,500 and something offsprings. You know, even though it might be a lot of double ups on that thing, I never went through it to try to tear it down and just see how many double ups. And I just look at the 1,500 something offsprings and just say, even if half of that shit was wrong, that's still 750 fucking offsprings. And what are the percentages of what that would look like? You know, being that we only talk about certain Mayday dogs after 20 something plus years. You can follow it all the way back from Brad and Lou came, and then follow it all the way up, and then pull out the ones that they talk about. Talk out the ones that made some type of recognition what they are worthy of being talked about, considering the damn dog didn't have no straws. You know, so it didn't make a difference in them early years. But when it came to them later years, where that money got involved, shit, you know, you liable to be getting some shit off of Mayday's son. What was his son's name? The one that stayed with Victor. Mayday Jr. Yeah. Put a picture of Mayday Jr. and Mayday. Man, them damn dogs looks exactly alike. You couldn't tell the difference. You know, but hell, who am I to question what was going on in Ecuador? You know what I mean? But I'm just telling you. This shit just happens. But did it stop anything? No. Because the ones that did come out of that first batch that ran through, they made enough noise where it didn't matter. Anything and everything that came after that, those was probably the ones that y'all say y'all seen. That wasn't shit. I don't knock that at all. I mean, that shit happens in every bloodline. I can say the same thing about that Eli shit. Same shit about that Rascal shit. Same shit about that Boyle shit. There's not a bloodline out here that you can't say that about. But let's talk about the ones that you are talking about that say Boyles, that say Eli. You know, where does that conversation go? Because you can't talk about the ones, you know, that have a reason to be talked about. You could just say, I don't like it because of something else. But see, you ain't really never had it the right way to understand what it meant, to why we are able to not have to talk about our shit, because our shit is out there performing and it will speak for itself. That was a good thing about being on the bus back in the day, because if you had any doubts in it, you know, you would, hey, climb over the wall and then bring it to the show. But remember, our purpose was so different. But people were making these. Now, let's take something to show. I think we did Tuesday, of how you seen from the 4th generation all the way to the 1st generation, one person, and he got his name all the way from the 4th to the 1st. You know, and then right there, it's attached to a grand champion or a champion. All right. And then you'd be wondering what happened after that. See, maybe y'all don't have the access to trying to figure out what happened after that. Why do you think we talk so much about POR and ROM? Ain't nobody keeping records like that, you know, because back then, you know, that mattered to compared to what about the right now. But back then, that mattered. Because that made it almost like, you know, I don't have to be trying to take too many damn chances, considering this dog has proven it can do what it can do. And we see history takes care of that because you can see it for yourself. Why did it become so popular? Because they didn't really have to keep throwing the pedigree around, because if it wasn't for the dogs that was making the pedigree, they wouldn't be a part of the conversation any damn way. So keep that kind of shit in mind when you start talking about a bloodline, making it yours. The only reason you're going to be attached to it because you really don't have to say shit. Your body of work will take care of that for you. Now, the problem is what happens to the demand? You know, I heard somebody make a good comment on something. I'm not going to say the dog's name, but they very, very quiet and very selective about the things that they said they would ever do with their dogs. So, I respect that, because you know what? We felt that same way. We really did. You know, it's crazy because a lot of people were trying to buy our dogs and we just wasn't selling them. There's a lot of my homeboys who got those dogs, who you'll see they the ones that did a lot with them. And to me, that mattered, because if it don't be for them, you know what I mean? We wouldn't have them dogs to talk about. But then again, we might have, because they'd have still been on the yard. You know, but we was good to our people, especially to the ones that was willing to come and take a look, and, you know, you knew them. So let me see right quick who I got here right quick. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, fellas, I got behind. Let me see. William Torres. Big shout out to my man, the Oat Man. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Garland Midget in the house. What up, fam? Greater than. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Green Team. Where you been, fam? Appreciate seeing you. Big shout out to my man, Walnut, PA. What up, fam? Game Dog University in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Cecil Jackson. What up, fam? Yo, John Dimbry. What up, fam? My great boy, representing Shreveport in the house. What up, fam? Mr. 216 Bulldogs in the house. What up, fam? Yo, but I'm going to turn this over to Mo right quick. Yeah, but y'all think about that. Y'all can hear me good. Hey, y'all tell me can y'all hear me good? Somebody let me know. I want to make sure y'all hear me good. Yeah, I hear you. Where's the chat at?
Salute, thumbs up. Somebody gave me some thank you. I just want to make sure y'all can hear me good. What up, y'all?
You start moving around doing shit like that, I don't be understanding.
Understand on what?
You going in here?
Yeah, I'm going to be going in there.
This in here. You need to get this space out. You can go in there.
Well, I wanted to get it up before I start moving shit. If it was here, I mean, I ain't going to stop trying. We'll be on the mic talking. All right, guys, here I come. Yeah. I know Mike was talking about the crosses and the breedings and stuff, but he was making some real good points. I think once the dogs get to they point, they got their RM males and they RM females in the yard is producing good. Most of the time, you see most of those champions, they didn't need nobody off the yard to make those dogs champions. Hardcore didn't need nobody off the yard to make their dogs champions. Victor didn't need no help. It's the dogs after that, the ones the people bought. It's their task after that. That's how you make it your own. Victor didn't need nobody's help to make Mayday, Dragon Lady of Choice. You know what I'm saying? Same with Stone City, same with STP. I would have to say even my way of thinking when a lot of the dogs, the good dogs came after they left my yard. Based on the dogs that I let go off the yard. You know what I mean? A lot of them people, they made it their own when they take them out and match them. Maybe they had a lot of champions, but the people who had those dogs, maybe they get the credit for only being the daddy. After that, it's on Luke Kane. Who has Luke Kane? It's on Champion Twisted. It's on all the dogs who made a name. Didn't make a name off of Southern Kennels. They made a name for themselves in somebody else's hands getting matched. Same with the Stone City dogs. Awesome Beast. Little Buck. They made a name in somebody else's hands, even though they came off of maybe a great dog or from a great kennel. You know what I'm saying? Your success can only help your kennel you got the dog from. Your success helps them. So I would think that when I got these dogs, I was on my own anyway. I wasn't thinking about having my own line of dogs. I was thinking about winning like the people who dogs that I'm getting them from. I care less about a line. First get some damn dogs and start winning with them before you start talking about a damn line. That's what I was on. You have a whole bunch of dogs feeding with great bred dogs, but what did that mean? And if you ain't doing nothing but selling dogs, there's nowhere in the world you could ever have a line that we're taking your dogs, like Pat Patrick said. STP didn't give him no type of shout out when it came down to buck. And I'm looking at Pat Patrick like, well, he didn't get buck from you. You know what I'm saying? He didn't get buck from you. You didn't have nothing to do with Grand Champion Buck. So when we start talking about Grand Champion Buck, give you props. Yes, you bred him, yeah. And you have problems with that because the man who actually owned the dog, he had to get the right goddamn pedigree from you. But when the man started talking about how great his dog was, it has nothing to do with Pat Patrick. So why would you expect him to give you what? Not even a shout out. He didn't buy the dog from you. He didn't get the dog from you. And everything that dog became had nothing to do with you. So think of it like that too. You know, Pat should be happy that, you know, that he is going to always be the breeder grand champion buck. Why do he need anybody? But it's based on his accolades that Buck became. You can't, you know, why would STP owe you anything? Not even a what? A shout out that the fact that you like baby mama type shit? No. Not for Pat to get mad about it. He didn't even say nothing. He didn't even mention my name in the interview. Well, you didn't have nothing to do with Buck pertaining to anything that has to do with Buck. So what could he say when it comes to you anyway? You gave him the right pedigree after all this time? You know, that was the only bad thing I heard Pat say it. It sounded like, I wouldn't even call it hater. I would almost call it envy because you didn't do it. He didn't do it. But y'all have to look at it. Anytime y'all touch this shit y'all breeding and decisions y'all making as breeders and what you decide to do with your shit. And I'm talking about if you're on the bus, you're back here in my time. So just listen up and just imagine the concept. I think any man who matches dogs, from the Gator Boys, Jihad, all of them that came in, you know, with good dogs, getting their hands on good dogs and winning with them dogs is the only reason we can sit there and say Gator Boys and strictly business and not go reflecting back on their breeders breeding program. You know what I'm saying? When you take a lot, because we the ones out here with the dog, we're the ones putting the work in. All you can get out of that is anything that we do with the dog, it's our dog anyway. It can't do nothing but make you look good. I can say the same thing about Gameville when it comes to us. And all the other guys at Gameville got them dogs out in their hands and what they did with them. You know, all I can do is stand there and look just like this. You know what I'm saying? And say exactly what I'm saying. You know, they might be going hard dogs all up in them lines, but hey, it's our blood. I like to see our blood there. But they put the work there. If it don't be for them putting the work in, what would it matter to me? What will I get out of a dog just don't even have a name? Well, let's talk about the dog that do got one. Then you can go look in the pedigree. Guess who's gonna be showing up? Okay. I mean, that's where we get our satisfaction at. You go in there and look at those great dogs, and you see in Fat Bill's name up there. A lot of guys who just really really demise Fat Bill, but at the same time, you keep seeing his dogs and all these great dogs. Fat Bill can only take the credit for his name being there. That means he had a part in you getting that good dog. You know, that's just a fact. Whatever great you make out of that dog, hey, don't worry. If you don't like Fat Bill and can't stand him, guess what? He's gonna always be connected to that dog because you got that dog from him, even though you put the work in. You know, breeders do get that gratitude by the performance of the line of dogs that they create, like Ronnie Boyles. He might have few of them, but a lot of them, you know, got out there in other people's hands. You know, and a lot of them was making a lot of those breeds on their own. After they got them winners, they ended up eventually becoming all them themselves. You know, and didn't need Southern Kennels to make Blue Cannon register married. Didn't need Southern Kennels to make Barracuda register married. You know, it's the people who had the dogs, who was studying out the dogs, and anything that coming down off of them, guess what? It's gonna always still be the breeder. If the breeder take them and sell them, guess what? It's the breeder who's going to be catching the recognition and anything that dog do after that. But he's not going to be getting no credit like, you know, everybody start running over buying dogs. Why would I want to do that when I'm going to go to the man who got the bad dog? I don't need the breeder now. I had the champion bitch breeding back the mater and breed the Lucane or Barracuda or Noriega 600 with anybody out there. You know, you can go back to the daddy if you want to, like man, I went back to Mayday, didn't I? Go ahead.
Shout out to my man Cosmin Cal. Hey Mo, Cos said, twin, what do you think is your greatest what if moment?
My greatest what if moment would have
Hold on,
been.
let me turn your mic on.
I have several greatest moments, but my the famous greatest moment would have been what if would have been Red Ace going over there and doing what I knew she could do to Tommy Boy. What if that bitch had came out that crate like she left Ohio when I got on that road? What if she had got there feeling okay? See, that's my biggest what if, because it set the standard of everything that had to do with those dogs that you know, me and the dogs from that point on. If I can let a bad bitch like that go because the what if didn't come, but boy, oh, I would have been Angus. I'm just telling y'all. My mind was already setting on, I'm going into nothing but champions with this bitch. And I started out that way. And believe me, that what if I'd have knocked off Tommy Boy, I'd have been going after Judy Jones and every 42-pound running around during that time, because I knew what I had. It just that what if didn't happen. But what if it did happen? I'll tell you what my mind was. I wasn't stopping at that one champion. I was going to be one of the motherfuckers that had all champions. Because I would have went after just like May did. May went after she was a 42-pounder. She went after the best 42-pound bitches out there. All champions. My next ones, I'm going into champions. That's what Tom did. I'm going into champions. I would have did that with number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6. So what if? I've been that one that everybody's still been talking about, because I would have thought couldn't nobody be no rougher than Tommy Boy. And what Red Ace did to her, you know, my confidence would have been on top of Mount Everest. I've been running around here like Pandy. I'm gonna make it even worse than that. I ain't accepting nothing but champions. That's all I want. Shoot, like Deep South did with Trina when they went after Mallory. Mallory was a 4-time winner. That didn't scare them. They went right over them and stopped Mallory. Now, before she was a 2-time winner. By then, when she beat Mallory, that was her second win. Shoot, if D-South could have got their shit off, they would have put Trina on any champion after that. But it do be hard. You know, I would have loved to put me a 35-pound, 37-pound on Brat from day one. Day one. If I had little Mayday been doing the same damn thing. He would have had more than he would have had more than Grand Champion Whack on his resume. I could believe that because I didn't have no problems going after champions. I had no problem going into any big kennel if you gave me the opportunity. So my other what ifs have everything to do with the breedings. Man, what if I could have got that breeding off with Buck Rogers in the shit? Okay, that's a what if for me. You know, what if I could have ever got that breeding off of Buck Rogers and Sarah Kale? The breedings were made. I just didn't get the puppies. What if I could have got those puppies off of Grand Champion Lou Kane and Champion the Brat? You know, them was my what ifs, you know, because the only thing that ever was a what if in that box was Red Ace. Because she was I wanted to come in the game with her and not going after nothing but champions. Because I really believe, you know, a bitch like that comes once in a lifetime. And yeah, she was all that. I mean, she had 2 kids. They got a chance to go out there and prove how dominant she was because she left that dominance in 2 little puppies, Brat and Little Mayday. You know, they were killers like Red Ace, but they still wasn't Red Ace. They was crazy like Mayday. That's what I saw. And they had Red Ace's ability, which really made them good because Red Ace, her ability stood on his own. She didn't have to get mad. Really, her ability would go in her mouth with, she had a 12 mouth. And she know how to bite her way back there. When she start whacking across you, wherever she's hitting you, you feeling the pain. So it was never really hard for her to get back there. Like it was never really hard for Brat to get back there. Brat better know how to bite her way back there. Because believe me, when they're hitting your ass, they could bite. I'm sure you would have seen the same thing out of Little Mayday. You know, they're going to get back there. But we're in the meanwhile, while they getting back there, they hurting you. Because wherever they put their mouth, the dogs could bite. And they did have talent. And they were very rough. You know, but their end game was, once I get back to where they want to be, you know, you can count on it being over. Like it was over for Tommy when Red Ace got back there. It's over when you get back there on Brat. It's over when you get back there on Little Mayday. It was over when you got back there on 38 Special. What a Day. Red Ruby, you know. That just show you, you know, that what if, the biggest what if would have been Red Ace. Red Ace could have put me in a light early. Early. You know? Especially having puppies just coming off of Mayday and then going out here and knocking off Tommy Boy and then go on another career by the time, you know, 2 more of those. And I'm a champion that's with all champions. Now I'm the new Angus. I'm the new champion beater. You know, we ain't had one of them. We didn't have some do it now. I didn't sing like Joey went through 3. Virgil, he went through 3. But I'm talking about a 5-time winner, grand champion, who beat nothing from day one. Champion. I wouldn't give a damn if there's a grand champion, a 4-time winner in there somewhere. You know, to me, that's what you call the ultimate dog. Buck, he damn near did it. But if you added up the dogs that Hawk beat, and then you add the 2 that Buck beat, you know what I'm saying? You know, you would just suck up the power like the Highlander. You know, Buck had a couple winners up under his belt based on just by knocking off the Hawk. You know, and knocking off that other little dog that came over there that definitely wasn't in the class that Buck was. But it did expose some things about him. But what did it expose? It exposed he wasn't a killer. But that ain't saying nothing bad, for anybody who wanted to jump on him. That's not your problem. Because he ain't killing shit when he in there. He just beating the shit out of you. How you gonna get past that part? Oh, he ain't killing shit. But you ain't going, because he ain't killing you. He might not kill you, but you gonna get picked up, or you gonna quit, because that's what he had to kill shit. He just beat your ass. You're not gonna whoop him. So just because he couldn't kill one, just because he was looking around, why do you think that makes him a target? I talk about it because he's not a killer. Why would you think that's putting strikes on him? He don't need to be a killer. He didn't need to be a killer to whoop Hawk. You know what I'm saying? He didn't need a killer to win none of the 5 matches that he won. He didn't need to be a killer. That's the love of this shit. When it comes down to breeding, and when y'all talking about breeding your own, coming from my standpoint of waking up every morning feeding a yard a damn dog, I'm not walking down there feeling like Victor with a whole bunch of Mayday puppies. I'm walking down the yard feeling like Victor when he got Mayday Choice and Dragon Lady on the yard. Okay, that's what I'm on. It ain't got nothing to do with no breeding. Victor got into that breeding thing, and this is after. This was after. That's created Brat in them, but when I went back with Brat, he was the grand champion, and he was producing dogs. It'd be like, the way I be seeing is like, okay, when I see something, say something about Victor Yard had Choice, Dragon Lady, and Mayday. Okay. There's a question out there. Somebody said, going hard, Kennels. Who was 5 well-known kennels or dogman you? Okay. I like to say 1 Crossroad, I lost. 1 Legion of Doom, I won. 1 Let 'Em Go Kennel, I won. So that's 2, 3 the Church Boys, I won. Oh, the boys up in Tallahassee, they know what they is. If I call them anything less than a great kennel, they would be disappointed in me. They had Stone City Dogs, and they are a very well-known kennel. I would have to throw them in there in that process. I won the McLeod brothers with Psycho, 3 hours and 17 minutes. I won. The Hamrick brothers, I won in 19 minutes. Which they were all well-known kennel dog men who got around. I don't remember too many nobodies I ever had a chance to go into. To be honest, we try to find the best that we can find out there. But you know, those were 5, and out of all 5, I only lost. I say 5. That might have been 6. I only lost 1. You know. Oh yeah, I forgot about the boys. Oh, I forgot about Judo and Blood and BA, the Robinsons. I can add they in that. I forgot all about them North Carolina people. Yeah, the Robinsons down there in Jacksonville. I won. I won with Judo in North Carolina. And with Judo in from the boys down up there in Rochester. They know they had that RC and the So-So boys, dog. I won. I was one of them ones that, you know, I don't know any. I hung around fast lane dog men, so I didn't get a chance to pick up scraps. You know, I come from Akron, Ohio. You know how many dog men in there, Akron, Ohio, have champions? That's been into all the big kennels around the country. That's how we ran. So there was no room for us to go bumping in the scrubs or backyard boogies or shit like that. You know, I didn't end up down there in North Carolina. I forgot about the one with Too Sweet. Too Sweet was a 2-time winner. South Carolina, he was a 2-time winner. I went in the top kennels with him. Don't remember the guys who they were in South Carolina, but they were very well-known dog men. And most of the guys that when I say who this guy was, they can remember me. I don't be trying to know everybody, but I know that the kennels that we go into are kennels that are around a lot of prominent big dog men go around them, and we all do dog. That's the only way I know how to hook up with them. You know? And there'd be some more. Or I might, if I can remember some of them, I solo. Solo, I forgot about little Solo. I just don't remember we didn't have no referee they match if they haven't seen me in the box with around big dog man. My hardest match. Say, who was the hardest match? Really don't. It wasn't no hard match to it. The dogs did all the hard work. They were the one. I didn't have to do a whole lot of grabbing and snatching and going back to the corner. You know, it wasn't a whole lot of handling there. The hardest thing was me to sit there and watch these two dogs kill each other. They was the best. That what if still falls under Red Ace killing Tommy the way she did when she decided to fight. You know, that's another part of that what if. When Red Ace decided, I didn't take Red Ace over there because she couldn't fight. She just didn't want to fight. But Red Ace gave me one thing. She didn't give me nothing else that night. She gave everybody an indication why she was there. Because if I wanted to fight, I'd have killed this bitch a lot sooner. But that's that what if. So I never really felt like I had any hard matches because I had killers. I was confident in what I was bringing. I was confident in Buck Rogers. I was confident in judo. I was confident in blood. I was just confident. That's what made me work hard and make sure they in shape and at their best. You know, it's about war. If you're a Spartan, you know what I'm saying? It's, I mean, your imagination is like, what's it gonna take to beat this motherfucker? Okay? I might ask myself that question one time. I look at my dog and go, oh, nothing. Nothing. Okay? That's how I used to act. That's how when they know you got some shit out there, ain't nobody really trying to mess with you. Like I said, you get the calling weights and you pop up there. They don't want to be seeing you walk through that door with a dog. You know, oh, it get like that. And your best ones is, I mean, there's so many other kennels that I could have went into. So many of them. But what happens when everybody's jumping on everybody's bandwagon? You see how some guys will referee a match and then come around the next time and they'll go into the very dog they just refereed their last match. You know what I'm saying? I guess some people can do that. I never seen nobody call me out after they seen my dogs go. Nobody ever called me out after they seen Brad. I mean, even when Little Mayday was around, you wasn't going. He ended up going up there to Norman's because he would have been the first one to take out. You know, didn't nobody know nothing about no Mayday dog, but the damn whisper of Mayday after Brat and Little Mayday hit Akron, Ohio. You know, the talk of Mayday, nobody not knowing who the hell they was, but they was talking about two dogs that came off of this dog called Mayday. You know, but that's how it is when you feeding some damn dogs. You know, I went. All the dogs was great because Judah was a good one. Little Mikey was a good one. Good one. These dogs can beat you. They can beat you quick. Psycho went through out in 17 minutes. Shit, he beat a 2-time winner so quick. You know, that's probably why we ended up with the 3-hour dog, because the way he beat my man's 2, I would think he would have took that personal. You know, that was the one thing. You know, we should have never put him on cycle. He should have went out there and got his championship and then let me. I never ran into, none of them my hardest. They all had good dogs, so I wouldn't know what the hardest would be, because they weren't hard. You know, my dog came in shape. He came in ready, and they do what they do when I cut them loose. You know, the hard part is on the dog. It's never hard on me. I wouldn't care who I go into. Let's say a little bit off subject. He said a little bit off subject more, but which breed do you prefer for security, the Doberman Pinscher of the past or the Belgian Malinois of today? I know you had the Doberman gang back then. I mean, when it comes to security, I would take either one of them based on the dogs that I had, because they were perfect. All of them were perfect security dogs. I mean, if I'm walking down the street with a group of Doberman Pinschers and they're there for security, they're going to do about the same damage to a couple people as those Malinois would if I had them walking down the street. Based on regardless of what breed they were, it's the type of training that they were under. Now, when it comes to performance, you know, I had the Doberman pinchers. You know, I had Doberman pinchers that was trained by me. I had Malinois that were trained by me. I had pit bulls that was trained and done by me. You know what I'm saying? So it's what I expect out of those dogs. It wouldn't matter what breed it is. You know, it's just me as a person and what I expect out of whatever the hell I got on the dog that I'm feeding. I had Rottweilers and German Shepherds that would eat your ass up. And yeah, I could walk anywhere with any one of my dogs and they ain't got to worry about nobody messing with me. And I'm pretty dangerous myself. So when my dogs fight, I fight. So I had, you know, I've never had a problem. And then when it comes down to picking which ones I would prefer, you know, I give the Belgian Malinois, well, I would say like this. I would give Chaos because to me, Chaos is like the Mayday of a Belgian Malinois to me, you know, to me, because dogs that he produced and just the kind of dog that he is. I can say that about Apollo. I can say that about Rocco, the Rottweiler. I can say that about Gizmo. And these was dogs that, and I can talk about Bo. Yeah. I'm pretty sure anybody been in my life would tell you about each and every one of those dogs. And each one and everybody would tell you, them dogs would eat your ass up. Oh yeah, twin had them trained, but you don't want to see none of them get on your ass. You know, I say the same thing about bulldogs. You know, it's really in the keeper. You know, what you putting your work in. You know, I would imagine me putting work into some shit ass Malinois or some shit ass Dobermans, a couple kicks and punches and they running or hesitating. Okay, that's the kind of shit that I don't like. I ain't had those kind of dogs. You know, I didn't even have those kind of bulldogs. So I think it just really boils down to when, you know, if you ask me which dogs were my favorite in my guard dog, I would say still Bo, Apollo, and Chaos. My Malinois, my Doberman, and my Shepherd. Rocco and Gizmo, they was too out of control. They was some Rottweilers. I mean, you got the Hans in there too. They were all Rottweilers. Them Rottweilers, they were out of control. You had to watch your kids. You had to watch everybody. I had Gizmo in my house one day in the kitchen, and I had him in the house. But the thing was, I had brought him through the front door. You know, everybody in the back, they in the kitchen, gambling on the kitchen floor. You know? So I don't know why I brought Gizmo in the house. So I was getting ready to do something with him. But I messed around there and he slipped off the choke chain. Now he done pranced off through the house. People seen that dog through the house, man. You should have seen niggas left their money, dice, everything on the floor. House got empty. And now I'm in the house wondering now. And you know, and he got fired up. Everybody ran and got him excited. And now he don't want to go back on the collars, or he's standing looking at me in the kitchen. I ain't nowhere near his doghouse or near my whipper to make him settle down. You know, I got to get him back outside, back to that backyard, you know, to get back in that cage. You know, go to your room, go to your cage, get in that house. You know, right now he got the kitchen locked down. You know, everybody standing in the doors and windows looking out. I might go get that big ass crazy rock back under control. You know, but it takes some compromising with him. It takes me to be dominant, as mean as he was and as big as he was. You know, there was just a point that he knew that I'm going to walk up on you and I'm going to put this on you and don't make me have to kill you. It's just one of them things. I understand you in the house. I understand you ain't been in the house before. You all these people running out and got you excited. But I need you to get your ass back under this damn control here, or I can get you back out my house. And he went on ahead and he cooperated. But it took me a minute to get him to calm down, because not even me gonna go up there and go messing with him when he get that Damien growl in his ass. He was one of them big ass rock with that dark face. And when he growled, them teeth start to clamming and gums start to drooling and shit. He ready to bite your ass, Man, I used to be a terrible person. I used to feed people to that dog. Throw that ass right in there and lock your ass in there with him. I used to be a bad person. I don't think it was bad, But there'll be points, when you're on the streets and shit, people, people would do things that they be like, okay, you just have to be street with them. And probably one of the reasons why I got a lot of respect out of that, because of those dogs. I'm a good person, but I can act up. And I had a lot of dogs that I used to act up with, Don't cross me. But the dogs was basically, I never had a dog that it wasn't worth feeding. And if he was one on the yard like that, he sure didn't live there long. Yeah, we ended up having to kill Rocco. And Rocco, he came from Kimberto Kennels. That kennel up in PA had all them great Dobermans and Rottweilers. He was a champion bred. Mama and his daddy was champions. One of the prettiest Rottweilers you wanted to see. But he was one of the most dangerous damn dogs you ever want to have. No, you can't. Try to beat him with a water hose. I ain't talking about no water hose you spray your car with. I'm talking about the water hose you hook to your washer. I had to fight with him. Yeah, he get angry at people. Oh, you won him, but you mad at me because I won't let you go, and then start looking at me all crazy. And so when they start looking at me all crazy, you're gonna be under my control, or you won't be in this basement. You'll be a corpse in this basement. Sometimes you have to do that with them. You don't want them dogs getting on a person and you can't get them off. Dogs to get off, they're gonna get off, and they're gonna get off quick because I told them to. Over it's a little slow. Hey, y'all, I wanted to go over this right here. This is a production. I remember somebody talking about, what Mayday had out there during the time. And as you can see, let me just read what he said on the top before we get down there too far. Said Mayday was conditioned 8 times and hold on. Oh, it didn't take it. See the swirl. Oh, okay. It's there. Okay, I don't know how we got it up here. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and read it. It said Mehdi was conditioned 8 times and started his stud career very late. He is now 7 years old, and the pups from his first breedings are all starting to mature and come of age. A couple have already made champion, and there is a slew of them that we hope will join those two. Mehdi has, well, one thing for sure and definitely for certain, he was definitely right about that comment. Okay. As you can see, the only 2 dogs that he had out at the time was Brat and Luke Kane. Okay. Now, those are all and they had one quit in 45 minutes. All the rest of those winners is 14 winners. Okay, you got Noriega. He went on to become a 5-beat, a 2-time winner. Lorraine in a 12-dog convention. She won in 20 minutes. Also was a 1-time winner. He ended up being a grand champion haunch. Annabelle, she ended up being a grand champion Annabelle. Peanut, 1-time winner. Champion 600 went on to become a champion. Champion Chanel, she became a 4-time winner. Champion May, she became a 4-time winner. Leatherhead, you know, I think he died after this match. He went 4 hours and 15 minutes. Twisted went on to become a champion. Barracuda went on and became a grand champion. Champion Julieta, she went on to become a champion. Yep, Bam Bam, he became a registered merit. Did I any more champions or something like that? Mm-hmm. You know that there was I think, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6. And then you got to add little Mayday. That's 12 champions. There's 5 of them out there. Still, no, let me see, 12. Yeah, the total of 18. They had 18 champions total. Now, when you put the points together, you still got your points in Hunch. Yeah, because Graveyard is not on there. You know, just like, I know there's missing 5 of them. I'm pretty sure, but as you can see, they were just, and this was in 99. (2000) when they started, all of them start coming up. you know, and they ran through the latter part of 2000 to 2005 and 6. I know there's at list, Little Mayday ain't on there. So you still missing, like, I forgot my count. 1, 2 on that side. Juliet there was a champion. Barracuda the grand champion.
Hold on, fellas. I got to boot him up right quick. This little monitor thing be clicking out on me. Hold on. Mike Chad.
Okay. Yeah. So it's still polite. Is my sound still going in and out? Yeah. If you guys hear it real good, can somebody give me a thumbs up? So, Yeah, Kimber Kennels has some bad dogs too that are like student for life. They have some bad dogs. I'm telling you, I had a bad Rottweiler from them. Hmm.
Mute me.
Okay, guys. Okay, I'm back. Okay.
Your mic's still muted.
Yeah. Okay, how's that, fellas? That better? What I was saying was, yeah, student black. I had Rocco came from Kimberly County. He was a champion on top and bottom. And he was one of the prettiest Rottweilers you ever want to put your eyes on. That dog had wavy coat all the way around. Wavy. Prettiest Rottweiler you want to see. Straight neck. He had to be him and Rocco, and Rocco and Gizmo, they was my riot dogs. See, when I go get them, I'm coming in with the trench. You know, I don't use them for nothing. I didn't used to use them for nothing but clubs. You know, they want security work at the clubs. I took Apollo sometimes, but if I was gonna be at a wild spot, I take them Rottweilers. Gizmo and Rocco. Because when you cut them loose, you best believe people gonna be running over each other in cars, jumping on people's cars, and all kind of shit. You cut them too loose. Believe me, they can take no prisoners. They going after anything and everything move, anything and everything moving. They going after it. So but yeah, I was definitely alpha. I've always been alpha around my yard. You when it come down to the bulldogs, they gotta love you first, though. You know, you gotta be a great leader. If you can't be a leader to your dogs, you know, you sure can't be leader of men. Because they don't talk back. And they give you every opportunity to love them so they can love you back. And you know, I'm a Marine, so I'm not a nice guy. You know, my dogs get a nice, good boy and all that. They don't get to licking me all in my face and jumping all up on me. I'm bouncing around. A good boy and a rub on the head. Hey, them dogs are satisfied. You know, I never let my dogs walk up to me and greet me like, you know, I want you to pet me. I don't let them do that. I'll always send them away, and then I'll call them to me, and then I would give them a little rub. If you want one, I'll send them off, and then I have them come back, and I'm gonna give you some rub. You're not gonna come over and take what you want. You know, so I treated my dogs like soldiers. You know, and you gotta take care of your soldiers if you want to go out and win wars. You know. And that's the type of mentality that I had when it came to raising all of them. That's why I took good care of them. Yeah, I used to have I had pictures of him one time. I still got pictures of Apollo. I got pictures of Apollo. I got pictures of Achilles and, you know, my fawn Dobermans. I told you I lost one. He jumped through the screen. Somebody tried to break in. They didn't get no further than the screen porch. But he jumped through the screen after the guy ran out the door, and he jumped through the other screen and got hit chasing the guy across the street. And I had one named Kojak, his brother. It was the one they would call, it was Zeus and Apollo. And then I got Kojak, Zeus's little mate brother. He was like a riot dog. He was one of them Dobermans. It was more like Gizmo and Rocco. Couldn't use him for, no social guard work. You had to take him out there on them gangster crowds, them unruly crowds where, people get a little rowdy. And, you want to see a crowd break up quicker than having to shoot a gun. Let one of them son of bitches loose. You can see everybody getting the hell out the way. Don't let him loose in the parking lot because you make a nigga want to go in his car and get a gun in. Got all these people jumping on his car. He trying to get out the way. He in his car. He's safe. But you got all these people jumping on his shit while he trying to get out. People running into people running, in the parking lot. I mean, you start some crazy nights. But, you get a reputation and a lot of the clubs was hiring us because, our presence alone was better than the police. Because, see, I ain't arresting nobody. I ain't got to arrest nobody. Not everybody can act and have fun like they want, but y'all got to behave. Y'all don't behave. This dude and his crazy crew gonna cut these dogs loose and gonna be the end of the night. So, you got that reputation when people started, they knew how to act. They took caution of what was around their environment. And, I always kept my team around. So I became pretty popular around Akron because of, I got jobs even in North Carolina. I did security work at clubs with the dogs. I don't know too much about pistol with Super Kennels, but they have come. We had one of them on the show before. He could probably have told you about pistol. You start adding up them boys stuff. I'm telling you, they look like STP because they had a lot of champions, things like that too. And they produce some good dogs. I can't put them on the level as STP because STP was able to do them both. STP was able to produce great dogs and win with great dogs. But then you gotta remember too, he was like Tom Gardner too. He'll buy a good dog from you. He might be at a show and he see one, it might be that dog's second win. STP won him, he gonna buy him. A lot of those dogs STP was buying from guys. Just like the guys that bought Barracuda in them. They bought him. But Ulysses and them, they had Barracuda and May. Them boys down in Miami had most of all those dogs. All of them was down in Miami. I know one I missed. Last 187. Who he had? Damn, man, look at that. I know. Who did last have? Last had 187. He didn't have 600. Dang, y'all, I don't remember. Maybe one of y'all can help me. But I could have swore last had one of them. But yeah, the good thing about it is, I don't want to keep. I like using my book thing, but it keeps kicking me out, y'all. I had a couple of them tonight. I wanted to pull up, like pedigrees or guys that were selling dogs back then. If y'all had seen how well bred those dogs were, y'all would have been like, wow. Now this is the kind of stuff that y'all doing now. They was doing back then, but you could see them in the journal. And if you could see the dogs that these guys had, these is no names. And I can guarantee you, you can go in and, you know, you look at these guys who's got these full pages in the journal with these good bred dogs. But guess what you're going to notice, though? This is the thing you're going to notice. You're going to notice that all them advertisement with all those good dogs, and you go to Pairs Online, and we pull them same dogs up. Guess what you're going to see? Nothing. Nothing. So most of these great dogs that we see, don't you notice it's like they all coming from working kennels? Have y'all noticed that? I mean, back here in my time, I mean, I really be like really saying, you look at Strictly Business, they would match dogs. They got all winners and grand champions and champions on their yard. DSK, Mad, you know, Hardcore, Millbuster. I mean, all great kennels that produce some dogs. And I'm talking about well-known, famous dogs. Usually came from world-famous kennels. Boyle's dogs, they might not have came from him. Remember, they came over a Boyle's line, not the Boyle's brand, a whole Boyle's line with another ingredient added to it. But Ronnie Boyle's name, still got to say his name. Look, a Boyle's brand and a Boyle's line. It's like that. A certain line of Boyle's dogs was doing that. But you're not going to find, really, you're not going to find not one. And it's going to be hard to find, and I'm talking about a recognized great bulldog. You already know he's not on that registered merit list. He was not one in them top 5 dogs, an unknown kennel. Not one. Take notes of that. Why can't just anybody do that? Why haven't just anybody done better than that? Think about it. I mean, to even have a dog that can produce 3 winners, whether they came out of 3 different litters, and for a male, 4. It's not easy. It's not easy. You know, big kennels always seem to make it look easy because they're matching dogs. That was all what I was doing. I wasn't trying to be no damn breeder. You know, the breedings that I was making, they have a damn thing to do with the papers. I knew if I could breed the Sarah Kill, why wouldn't you breed the Sarah Kill? I got Buck Rogers. Why wouldn't I breed the Sarah Kill and I got Sarah Kill in my yard? And knowing that she's gonna produce winners, why wouldn't I breed the shit if this shit wasn't the shit to Buck Rogers? Because she was the shit. Why did I breed Twisted to Naya? Naya was coming off of Nico, bred to Champion Sugar. So you got Champion Nico and Champion Sugar. Sugar coming off of Champion Bozak. You know, Nico coming down off of Jedi. Hey, wait a minute. I'm on to something. You know, that's what I was on. Jedi came off of a Grand Champion Buck. Jedi was bred to Awesome Baby, produced Nico. These are kind of, if you notice, these names that I'm saying, and you know, we always talk about Doucette, we talk about Duhan, we talk about Maurice Carver. You gotta remember, before Ronnie Boyles started selling dogs, Ronnie Boyles was matching dogs. You know, before David Tant and Fletcher Chavis started selling dogs, they were matching dogs. You know what I mean? They had a name and a reputation to be able to sell dogs. The way I see it, you know what I mean? You know? But if y'all really take a good look at it, and I continue to say, even when we get on pairs online, I say, guys, if you understand the formula, and you always hear me talking about the formula, you see me go so deep into these pedigrees and then come my way back up. But I only do that with great dogs. I only do it with great dogs. Because there's no way I can go back there and not be able to come from the back to the front and show you a consistency of great dogs and putting all that on the breeders, the guys who had the females, who took them to the male, that had those puppies. They might say that shit is gone, so it's so far back it don't make a damn difference. Well, I kind of understand what they be saying, but it is no way in the hell I am out of there down there. Let me see. Red Ace is in the 80s, early 90s. We way up here in 2025. Yeah, I still see Going Hard Dog with Red Ace ears. You know what I mean? There's no way in the world you're gonna tell me that Klaus Stauber connection don't have nothing to do with all the great buck dogs that's out there. And I can, and while y'all sleeping on it, and you know, I was just pointing out to Mike, I've been hip to Klaus Stauber for a long time. I knew Klaus Stauber back in Amber's pedigree, something didn't nobody ever kind of bring up to attention, and I had to remind Mike where he was like, man, how did you find Stauber? I found Stauber in Amber's pedigree down there with Jocko. Amber has a little eighth of a double bred Jocko, but that Chris's Pit was a heavy bred Stauber dog. You know? And that's why I say, you know, I say that when I be like, y'all, if you notice, all these badass dogs, I'm keep talking about from the bulldogs and all, got red baby in them. You got that red baby in them, y'all be paying attention. And I have said it enough and pointed out enough and enough winners to see it might not be a major factor, but if it's a common factor, it matters. Because the common factor comes when you can go and look in other lines of dogs and see the same shit in the same connection. Regardless of who got it, it's working. It's like us. If Victor is breeding made in them like this, I'm going to be breeding them like this, and I'm going to be breeding like Stone City. I'm going to be breeding like Hardcore. You know what I'm saying? I'll breed like everybody else out here to get what they're getting. I mean, that's progress. You know, there's no way you're going to get around that if you see their formula. I see their formula. You know, and I see why they continue to do it. You know, now you got a whole bunch of yellow dogs out here doing it. You know, everybody using yellow. Now everybody using buck. You know, I can go down to that list. Gaston, Undertaker, Strictly Business. You know what I'm saying? You know, the Super Kennels. Can't leave us out. You know what I mean? If you look at the way they're breeding the dogs, everybody who was out there playing around in that formula got successful. What happens down the line? Well, what changed? Well, the prerogative changed. Because back then when we were breeding to have match dogs like Earl Tudor and Maurice Carver and the Cavinos and the Kobe's. And we just start working our way all the way up. Andre Giroux, Ozzie Stevens, Gambler. There's just so many great dog men out there. They had these great dogs. You look at their pedigrees, they still, some of the greater ones, you're going to see their dog becoming all M's. But it all started from them matching dogs. That's what separates the bus from the noun. I can only talk about what's going down on the bus. These are facts. So this magic thing where the concept of your expectation is to get the dogs that we had back then, the elements ain't there for you guys to have it like that. And I'm not speaking like I'm up here in the front, up here in your time. I'm just looking back from where I'm standing and looking at common sense says that. And it's almost obvious because I'm still looking at those top 7 dogs still on the top of the register and merit list after all these years. And they all come with some type of formula that put them there. That's the separation. So a lot of guys, when they be breeding and, and they be talking so high on their dogs. And the reason why I say that is because who would not speak highly of their own shit? I don't think there's nobody out there who's breeding a dog and saying, I'm just making these breeds. They, I don't care. They, they can be a piece of shit. I like them. But be the same person that's trying to sell them. Same person that got a lot to brag about. I'm going to take this one from Pat Patrick. Pat Patrick said, if you out buying dogs and puppies and stuff, it's not one person going to put their dog down. But, if, his advice is don't take anybody who talk too much, they either going to have some receipts or they're going to have somebody, not them go get, but, he's been, any dog man that's been around, they can check a hand. People, this is what I be looking at with all the kennels, from Rosterman to Bakari to Triple M to Loctite to Behinds to Hell on Earth, Proset, Victor. All these dog men know me. They even know our dogs. Even when it comes down there, I can say the same thing for Gameville and the way they moved around. How could anybody question all the great kennels that's around them? I don't have to say nothing. Every one of them names that I spoke of will vouch for me. How many of y'all can pull that off? Well, I really don't have to say shit. Everybody who know me. Go ask Schoolboy. Schoolboy tell you what he found when he went to go looking around. See, that's what be killing me. So are you telling me my friends ain't shit? Or y'all don't accept my friends because they way bigger than y'all? Either way, they legendary in the game because they're ahead of me. They always been ahead of me anyway. The fact that they know me and they can stand behind me, I don't got to brag about none of my shit. I got enough of them that have been out there and seen me run, enough that they'll run behind me and bet on me too, like I run behind and bet on them. Now, can I say that about those people who have those kind of questions to ask? For those who wondering, if you really want to wonder, ask me that and want to know how I got there. You know what I mean? How am I being a recognized referee in these big boys matches if I was a nobody? You know, questions that shouldn't be asked, because you guess what? You can pick up a journal and find me there. I don't have to talk about it. I just tell you to go to this page right over here and you'll find it. So what makes that different than the people who have that question to ask that I can't return the same question when they're always sitting there talking like they know a lot? You know, why can't I want to know too? Because you can ask me, why can't I ask you? And are you embarrassed to come out with the truth to say, I ain't really got shit, twin? I just wanted to know. Because then I would understand. I know you would be in your place. I wouldn't have to worry about stupid shit coming out your mouth. It's the other ones that start stuttering or you hear crickets is the ones that I don't like, because they don't ask the question for the right reason. So those people right there really shouldn't get an answer. With me, I'm a gladiator, so I don't care. You know, I'll answer the question and then throw a whole bunch of receipts in your face, knowing that you ain't going to be able to do what I just did. I know you can't. And that's what pisses a lot of y'all off. Not me. It's y'all and y'all failures to be able to do that. Y'all can't do that. So don't get mad at me, because I can't. Not only do I do it on paper, I do it by the people I'm around who can come and speak up for me. A lot of those great kennels. How you think y'all got to meet them? Right? But y'all don't think about it like that. So how in the hell, if you can't see that, how in the hell can you see what you're doing on your yard part breeding good dogs? Jumping on these podcasts and talking like y'all know something is not what made these dogs famous. I'm sorry. We had the journal, and even in the journal, all those people that had all those great dogs did not make them famous. Did not give them none of the great dogs that they were trying to get, with all the great dogs they had on their yard. And why is that? I can tell you why. Because the ones that I point out there and will show you weren't matching their dogs. That's why you see all them pretty pedigrees and all these studs and all these puppies and just drift away into oblivion, because they weren't doing what those that were becoming recognized and noticed was doing. Two different worlds. That word, don't talk about it, be about it. That means a lot, because there's too much talking and nobody being about it. Stop talking to me and go get your paperwork. Stop talking to me and go get your work. You want to know what I did out there? I don't know if you want to know for a good reason, compared to a knucklehead that's trying to what? You can't cross me up, because I don't have no reason to lie. You can't. I have no problem telling you about me following behind other kennels. I have no problem telling you I copied off of them. I have no problem telling y'all if it don't be for Gameville, taking the dogs and moving forward, and those dogs getting into other people's hands all throughout these years to make Going Hard dogs still relevant.
Don't forget Jamie.
You know, and Jamie, all these people have something to do with my dogs being relevant. But why? Because those dogs still came off my yard. I'm not going to go crying to Pat Patrick, like Pat Patrick, because they did the work. And they don't have to mention my name. Jamie going to always mention my name. If he was alive, he going to always mention my name. If he was alive, he did when he was living. And he made some damn good breedings with my dogs. So did Gameville. And the other guys that got him went out there and won with him. You know, that's my proof for life. If I had trash and they weren't shit, why is everybody else doing what the Kennels and y'all be talking shit about couldn't do? You need to get on my conversation and get up there with me and stop talking about them Kennels that you know that you arguing about that wasn't doing half of it. And I'm at the bottom of that totem pole and didn't do better than what I did with my yard. And I don't got to sit there and tell you a whole bunch of damn stories. I just give you the books that I do got. You'll find me and my dogs in them. The guys like Gameville and them, they didn't have much of a journal, but guess what? They had a lot of enough people out there that they went into the hey. And the people who had those dogs and the people they went into, I'm just happy they went in the dog man hand. I'm happy that Mayday, even though he got taken, he went into a dog man hand. Downright 20 years later, I can find out who my dog, where my dog was. Hell yeah, he was a champion. Hell yeah, you can add that to another Mayday dog became a champion. Hell yeah, you can add Brat's Little May brother to that. It ain't meant for y'all anyway. That's my satisfaction. That's my shit. Gotta prove shit to y'all. You know, I give you the information based on what I seen the footage see for myself. I'm sharing that point with you guys. Care less. That shit is over with.
The only person that really ever had to worry was Norman.
Yeah, the only person that really ever had to worry was Norman. Really. Norman was the only person who would ever had anything to worry about. I was never mad about who ended up with him. I'm happy they did something with him. If they hadn't done nothing with him, guess what? I would have never found him. And then when how I did find him and what I found him doing, hey, yeah, that's my boy.
We trying to go into it.
I mean, for it to be and knowing that we was trying to go into him now and then figure out why. Remember, we don't give a damn. If I could go into Tommy Boy and I can go into to Legion of Doom, and I can't who the hell y'all is that make y'all could be on top of the world. I go into your ass back then. You ain't my friend, you ain't running with me, bring that shit. None of that shit fear me. I mean, I like to get in there. I like to work. That's just how the game worked. If you don't understand that, that's why I said you'll never get a real dog man that's been out there and been in the journal and we listen to all your crybabies because y'all can't be in there. All we got to do is constantly listen to you. Womp, womp, womp. We don't want to hear you. Go get some down receipts other than you. Why can't we? That's a hard thing to ask, but y'all got all these questions. Well, ask them. Ask them questions. I can show you and don't have to say nothing to you. I can show you and don't have to say one word. But if you can't do that, guess what? What excuse are we gonna get if I say, show me without telling me? Maybe I'm tired of hearing you. Now it's time to see your receipts. Show me something. Did y'all get mad when I do that? You think that's being aggressive? No, that's being real. Because everything, I must be the realest one in all this shit because I'm the only one able to do that. You don't see Rusty Man out here running around doing it. You don't see Schoolboy running around here doing it. You don't see Bakari running around here doing it. You don't see us running around here doing it. Let's look at the people who do it. Now, can we flip the tables on them and put them under that same type of pressure and get something back? Anything back? Anything? I'm going to let y'all answer that because you've been around this place enough to know better. You don't get shit but crickets or more talk. So there's no way in the hell y'all going to have better dogs. It's just no way. And the way I see it, I mean, and I'm sitting here on the bus looking into the future, just based on what the future's putting in front of me. And I'm a man of the past and know that y'all ain't doing what we were doing. And whether you like to hear that or not, I don't care. It ain't affecting me none. I ain't doing shit. But I can still zip up my mouth and start passing out shit, showing you where I'm at. And then return you the favor and being you feeling kind of salty, like you know you want to be something that you're not. Okay, but then show us then. Show me that you're worthy. Because when you come and ask me, that's what you're doing when you ask me. And yeah, I'm worthy because I don't have to say a word. You know? I've seen great matches. I've seen great dogs. I've seen great dog men. I am a lucky guy.
We got some dogs called the Going Hard dogs.
And you got some growing hard dogs out there.
All these years later.
Yeah. All these years later, yeah, they out there. They've been out there for a long time. If I can bring up as many damn champions and winners and they all didn't come off of my damn yard, it sure as hell wasn't me putting in all that work. You know what I'm saying? But at least I can even go and do that. I can even go and do that. And still turn around and put that table. Now it's your turn. What am I going to get from you? And y'all supposed to be the now. And I can't get that back from you. Yeah, y'all think y'all going to have some better shit than we got back then? And we're doing something totally different than you guys. Y'all got to start learning how to crawl up trees and confirmation. The game was built on something totally different than what y'all trying to build it on today. Just being honest. I'll just be glad when y'all start being honest to yourselves. You know, the reason why y'all hate looking backwards is because all the glory is back here. Ain't no glory up here with y'all. Not to that degree, it ain't. And y'all hate hearing that. Y'all in a dog fighting room.
You don't want that either.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure y'all was wise on YouTube. I'm pretty sure anybody got some damn sense, you wouldn't want that. You know? But if you selling puppies, I'm the last person you want to get into it with to sell your puppies. Because you're being in a different category than I'm in, and I would be the first to put you on that spot to show you why. I wouldn't buy shit on your yard. Then if it come up that way, I would tell you. Because you're not active enough for me. Back in my time, I didn't mess with them kind. They had to go out there and put the work in to interest me. Look who I'm running around with. Because I was breeding my dogs. Come on now. Again, I don't have to brag and talk about shit. You pull them all up and see them for yourself. Come on, y'all, keeping it real. Let's keep it real. Say, twin, what do you think is your greatest? I'm trying to see if I can catch any questions, guys. I'm just sliding down. I know Mike got a whole lot of, other people jumping in the room. The students, like I say, we're going to start talking like that. Everybody start running. They don't have to run. A lot of good dog men out there in that world, man, that's in the back street. Don't you know a lot of the people in the back street, there's always more people in the back street watching these videos than there are people out here in these chat rooms. And I know that because I meet more people out the chat room, than, that I never even seen in the chat room. I have more love being sent, not from the people in the chat room, but from people, I guess those are those 300 and 400 and 500 viewers that be on there when the show is over. So there's definitely people watching. And those are mostly, like, to me, I always say those are those backstreet people who don't want their names and or their shit spread around. They just be happy and have the opportunity to get a chance to, you know, one thing they take a chance to say is they twin will answer the phone if we call. And it'd be funny when they make that call, they get an answer. You know? And you're right, greater than, yes. Only those in the woods would know. You know, and that's the truth. If you was in the woods, there'd be a lot of those questions that I wouldn't have to answer. If you had some old journals and things like that, and you're really trying to dig in and see what was working and how the game changed and how it grew, and the dogs that made the impact, the kennels that made the impact, you know, and there was impacts that caused change in the game. You know, all those matches in those books, and the craziest thing is you got all those matches in those books, and they're not the same old people. Yes, you're gonna find the same old kennels getting out there because those are those famous kennels that became famous from out there with great dogs. That's how that game worked. But just because all those other guys was either winning or some winning, some losing, you know, you might not never hear them again. But one thing for damn sure, if it came down to they was out there at one time and you can go pick up a journal and see them, they still better than the person who ain't never put one in the journal and still standing over there talking about it. I'm sorry, you talking and this man don't have to say a word. Now, how can you get mad at us for proving that we don't want to hear you? Why should we hear you when you can come and see us? You know, come on now. All these great kennel and all these great dog men and all these other names that y'all see in them books, and y'all so quick to put them books down, and y'all was back there in our time, and we got all these damn people out here matching dogs, and y'all whining because y'all ain't in the book. That's y'all downfall. Because I still say I'd rather see it than constantly hear it. You ain't proving shit when you just standing there running your mouth. Like what? You the only one to know this. This is why you the only one talking. See, I don't want to talk. I would just show you, and then give you a chance to show me.
You know how that felt when Bill said he didn't know us.
Yeah, look at Fat Bill and how stupid Fat Bill felt. And I know he felt stupid and running around and telling y'all, I don't even know him, but I'm all up in his damn book. And you got all these other big kennels that know me. Even the one that beat his ass. Come on now. How you really think Fat Bill felt? You ain't heard him say that shit no more. I guarantee you know it's now. Come on, y'all. It's a hater play. Back then, there was no hating going on. It was matching dogs. Matching dogs. That's the only way these dogs is even worth talking about. We wouldn't give a damn about Floyd Boudreaux if it don't be for the Sporting Dog Journal. It wouldn't be nothing about Bulls dog if it don't be for the Sporting Dog Journal, period. Give me one damn name that's famous out there that we can't find in the journal. One. Tell me one. Back in our time. Name. And I'll show you that he ain't none of his damn dogs in there either. We won't find his ass nowhere in no history or nothing. Come on now. Start putting the real shit on the table. Watch how that table start. You know how it is when you gambling and you ain't got a hand and you just throw your card down, you know. What you call that, man, when you toss them in? You're folding. put a whole bunch of us at the damn table, then pull them cards. Let's see how many people fold. Mm-hmm. That's the difference between the journal and the internet. You know, guys was out here, they was making moves. They was out here making, I mean, we can get in there and break their pedigrees down, guys. If we couldn't grab these damn dogs up worth being grabbed up, we would not have this information. There is no other way you would know about Floyd Boudreaux and all his great dogs if they weren't in those damn journals. Talking about how good those dogs was. If there wasn't no James Crenshaws and Alice Brewers and Wildside, none of these great kennels wouldn't be shit without the journal because y'all would not know them. The Divine, the Snake Man, Tom, all these people. You know, I found a picture with Doucette in one of these books here. You know, yeah, he's definitely a Detroit man. I was wondering that, you know, I found him in a journal, picture of his ass up there, hanging around up there in Detroit. So I was like, man, this man cannot be from down there in the South. But it's the truth. You know, I think the bash goes on only because there, you know, with that journal, there's too much evidence. And if you're not in it, you have none. If you're going to beat all these great people, and, you know, why can't I find them in the journal, but I can't find you in there beating anybody? But I'm still seeing them, though. Somewhere in there, we missed you. But guess who's the one telling the story? It's the people that's telling the story. We hear you, but what happens when it's time for us to stop listening and now we want to see? And that how y'all do us? Well, I got to show y'all. I don't like telling you shit. I like showing you. And I got a whole wagon full of riders with me. All great dog men. You can stand and vouch for anything that I say on this damn YouTube. And any dog that I pull up, I have Gameville and all the work that they put in. Thank God for them, because look what they did for me. What they did for themselves didn't do nothing but make my life even better, because they kept it going. How can I say anything without giving them the credit? Because if it don't be for them, what would I be? I'd be just like Floyd Boudreaux, not in the journal. He wouldn't know nothing about me. Yeah, you got most wanted out there that did their thing. You know, there's a lot of guys out there that did their thing. Can't be hating on everybody because you ain't got it. You might have been out there, but you know, can't get mad at us because we was in a higher echelon than you where we can't see you. It's not our fault we can't see you. We don't want to hear you though. We heard enough of you. We just want to see you. You know, you can hear me and then see me too. That's a whole lot better than this constantly hearing me talk and brag. Show me something. I'm showing y'all something and giving you an opportunity to show me something better than that. If y'all think y'all got something better than that. And I give that opportunity to anybody out there because I know what I had. I know who I was around. And I know the dog that I was messing with. And I'm still that confident guy. I know what kind of dogs I was putting out there. Still that confident guy. You don't have to talk about none of them. And these guys can get up here and speak about their own champions that were going hard dogs. They can go out there and tell you about the breeding they made with going hard dogs and became Gameville dogs. And get up here and talk about it. And show you shit. You don't have to come from me. You know, You know what Jamie called himself? Southern Bulldog, I guess. Jamie did it. Them boys over there, what they Most Wanted did it. All them guys went out there, and then look at the guys at Gameville put their breedings out there, and them guys went out there winning with them dogs. You know, they wasn't making no crosses. Why? Because I noticed the dogs that they were getting out there, they were matching their dogs. These dudes wasn't breeders. You know, Most Wanted was the most breedingest kennel that I know that had going hard dogs outside of Gameville. It was really taking Mayday dogs and them Stone City dogs and crossing them up and matching them dogs and still continue to breed and use what they were breeding. You know? And it had everything to do with the woods.
Didn't take them long to make them.
You know, and like I said, by 2007, everything was on a crash. Anybody who was foolish enough to put their name in a book by after 2007, you know, and hopefully it was international. But you're gonna be in a book back then, you know, it had to been international. You know, that was the beginning to the end. Now the underground is dark. Y'all really don't know who the great dogs to breed to is these days. And that's in that separation, there's no references. You know, that's all. But they're okay. They take care of themselves out there. I mean, you know, that's like I said, it's gonna, as long as there's a basement, you know, and it's in the dark, the dog game will continue having great dogs. Numbers may not be as high. You'll probably never be able to knock Jeep off the top of that list. Maybe not never be able to move those 7 top great dogs off that list. You may never have a double grand champion certified by some organization like Double Grand Champion Tornado. You may not never have a line of dogs like Lucan, the run champion, you know, grand champion, right on down, you know, on a line of dogs like he has done. You know, these things like that has made history. The only reason we know that these things are done and by fact is because they were recorded. It's not somebody just running their mouth. You know, what good is it if that's all y'all got to go by? Y'all gonna get ripped off a lot listening. All these great ass talkers out here. And that's the best thing you got to work with. You're gonna get the best talkers in the game. But where are the workers at? What you trying to do? Become a great talker or a good worker? You know, I mean, can't sit there and put me in that category. And I'm on the bus. I'm back here in the bus. My time is done. I can sit back here and talk all the shit I want and show y'all all the shit I want and be all in your grill about you can't do the same. And I'll ride your ass all the way to the wall with that. And anybody want to jump on your wagon, jumping on that wagon because they feeling the same way you feeling. They can't say nothing. So what we gonna do? Bunch up and do what? Jump on the same damn bandwagon because y'all all do the same thing. Talk. Ain't got shit to show. I want to believe you, but I shouldn't have to listen to you to believe you. That's all. And if you show me anything, I ain't no hurry to put it down. At least it's there. And if you could just show me one, at least it's there. And I didn't have to hear you. I heard you. You showed me one. But if you can't even get that far, you know, I can understand why you would get upset when that table's turned back around on you. You know, so, you know, you guys got to be more careful out here on how y'all breed y'all dogs. You know, there's a formula out there, but, you know, do you really understand what made that formula the formula? Do you really understand what makes the formula the formula? If you really understand it, then you know you ain't got to talk about it. You can go read about it, right? That's all I'm saying. Most of the guys that know about it, they didn't read about it. I'm pretty sure they have done less hearing about it, and then reading about it. It does a lot, because I heard about Stone City. Okay, I ended up in Puerto Rico with Stone City, going into a full-time winner. I went up to breed to Angels Apache.
Two-time winner.
Yeah, two-time winner Angels Apache too. And got a chance to see Mayday. No opportunity. Same opportunity I had with Grand Champion Ace. You know, I don't got to talk about that shit. I can tell you about it and then throw the pedigree there. Boom, boom, boom. And then show you the kind of bulldog it was and show you in the book. Boom, boom, boom. Show you how I was scampering everywhere. If I ain't a nobody, what am I doing refereeing these big dog man shows? How do they know me so well? Now, you might have a whole bunch of them to know you, but guess what? Can't hear you. What if we stop wanting to hear you? You know, that's it. That's my man said. He said, I hear you. I feel you. He said, I feel you. I want to see. Yeah, I'm right. Stop all this damn capping. They call it, ain't that what they call it? Capping. Capping is talking a lot of shit and ain't got nothing to stand on. We waiting to hear you shut up and put up. And get embarrassed when that come out. Now you think I'm being disrespectful. I'm being disrespectful because I'm calling your cap. And all I'm asking for you is to do what I did. You wanted to see it, I'm going to show you. You can beat up that shit all you want, but guess what? You ain't giving me nothing to beat up when it comes to you, so you in a worse situation than I am. You in a worse situation than I am. At least I was able to show you something. You can talk shit about what I'm showing you, but you can't show me shit. Not even, can't show me nothing. You in a worse position than me. You is not won nothing. And it be like that, y'all.
The thing is, they can make it totally I just think bloodline is something.
Right. I mean, it really, to me, it's hurting y'all because, if this is what the community has turned into, how in the hell are y'all making good breeds based on what people say or who you like? Do you know how many breedings was made with dog men that didn't like each other? Imagine that. They hate each other enough, but they need that line to get their shit going. They'll put that shit off to the side just long enough to go get what they want, and then they kick that mug right back to the curb. And they'll take advantage of everything they can get out of them after that. And hope like hell they come up with something great. Like STP did Pat Patrick. It wasn't his fault. He bought the dog from somebody else. He didn't buy it from you, Pat. He didn't buy the dog from you, Pat. Why would you think that he would even want to mention your name in the conversation when you're not part of his story? You know, Grand Champion Buck is a great dog. Gotta give him that. But you can't get mad at STP because you're not in his story. He didn't get the dog from you. He got the dog from Mr. Walden. You know, the best he got out of you, Pat, was you calling him one day and letting him know that Buck real pedigree. Imagine how he had to explain that to the man that, that he had polio and he was trying to keep a lot of shit down because at the time he had polio, he didn't want Indian Sonny to know he actually had the dog. Once he realized that Indian Sonny knew he had the dog, then he came clean. Just think about all the breeding that he made, that he falsified papers to keep it away from Indian Sonny that he had polio. Look at all the dogs that he probably sold out there. They have fake papers because he didn't want nobody to know he had polio. He didn't come clean until Indian Sonny knew he had polio. So might as well go ahead and tell STP how the dog is really bred. He had a good explanation. He wanted to keep it secret from Indian Sonny. Once Indian Sonny found out he actually had the dog, he was on. He said, Twin, I thought I told that we can't stop a reel or a game. Should I say just slow them down and it's just no better? Hey, I'm trying to pick up on what you're saying, greater than. Yeah, you can't stop a reel when a reel's already doing real. Or you can't stop a game that's already going on. It ain't like it's nothing we starting. It's already in the midst. Can't change that, none of that. Yeah, you should just slow down and you should know better, knowing you ain't got shit to bring to the table. You just capping. You don't want to get embarrassed, so slow down, because you come over this way and you sitting up there with a boatload of shit that you know that he ain't got, then he's asking for it. Maybe he'll learn from that lesson. See, when you ain't got nothing and he ain't got nothing, y'all can bicker and argue all day. When you ain't got shit to prove to show and he ain't got shit to show, then y'all can cap all day at each other. And then imagine the cappers that, they've been doing it forever, but we can't see shit. I'm 94, didn't. Yeah, and I know what you're saying, greater than. He said, I wouldn't care if Jesus told you he was game. Okay? If Jesus came down and told you this is a badass dog right here, you need to go ahead and spend that 25 grand for him. You gonna buy him?
It's been a King Jackson on your shit.
Okay? Right, I know what you're saying, fam, but I'm understanding you. I'm putting it together, though, greater than. I'm understanding what you're saying. I'm putting it together the best way I can, fam, to put it out there, because you're putting some points on there. You know you're throwing them bricks. You know you're throwing them bricks. You know you're making sense with your bricks, so I'm trying to make them. I'm trying to fix them up and straighten them out. Okay? But I understand where you're coming from. And like I said, Pat Patrick said the same thing. I don't want to. I need to go check him. I need to check other dog man that I know and check him out and see. I just can't gonna go on somebody capping.
Remember how Crenshaw felt when Gary got Jeep and couldn't get back to Jeep?
Yeah. Oh yeah, when Crenshaw got when Garrett got Jeep from Crenshaw, and Crenshaw thought he was gonna be running back and forth over there to Garrett and breeding the Jeep, and James Garrett told him, you ain't breeding shit to Jeep.
Felt a certain type of way.
Yeah, he felt he was. It was my damn dog. And guess what? Did that mean anything to Garrett? Because he still didn't get no puppies right off of him. Couldn't bring a bitch over there and breed the Jeep. Man couldn't even take a dog over there to breed the Jeep. Yeah. See, them the kind of things that, them was good stories right there when you got two good dog men. And James Garrett, he probably matched some dog, but he's not James Crenshaw. He's not James Crenshaw. James Crenshaw is a dog man who matched and bred his shit. And he sold y'all a lot of shit. STP matched his shit, bred his shit, and he sold y'all shit. No, I ain't never been that big. I ain't never been big like Hardcore, who bought his shit, bred his shit, and sold his shit. Stone City, same thing. DSK, same thing. Them guys was on another echelon. I was small time compared to them. Thank God for Game Bill and them. I'm keep it real with you. I'm gonna keep on saying that. Because what came off my yard, left my yard and went into Dog Man's head, who bred their shit, done their shit. You know what I'm saying? And sold that shit. And every one of them got something to say. Every one of them can say they did this, and every one of them can say they did that, and show you. And show you in other people's hands what they did and they work based on what somebody else did with their work. If that line of dogs wasn't shit, then he wouldn't be able to do what he did with that shit. He wouldn't be able to do what he did with that shit, and he wouldn't be able to do what he did with that shit. Now you go argue with all of them. Let's see how far you get. Because I don't have to say one word now, do I? There go my work. They're all over the country. Now let's flip that table around. No, we ain't gonna end that conversation right there. That's where you wanted to end. That ain't where I wanted to end. I want to turn the conversation back to you. I want to see that look on the faces when it's time for your turn. Can you do what I just did? Now, I guess this is when they start calling you names and shit. You know, this is the part where they start calling you names and being mad and shit because, you know, they one step from being embarrassed because they don't know what to say because they sure can't do shit. And really boil down to it, they really can't. It's called capping. They use that word like it's a bad word. But it's a real word. At least you being real. You can't do no more but cap. That's being real. You're a real capper. You hate hearing that when it's the truth, because you ain't showing the shit. And this is how y'all buying y'all puppies. This is how you guys are making your breedings. You know, this is not the same thing that we were doing back here where this bus is parked at. Too many great kennels that we just named. I still ain't seen nobody yet pull me a kennel that have done the great things in this game that we look at in those books, on YouTube, anywhere else. All these great dog men and the guys that haven't done them. Yeah, I ain't found me a Mr. Nobody popping up nowhere on the Register of Merit list.
Most of the great dogs are some.
And all the great dogs that's in the journal, even if they was nobody, at least they in there.
They putting them up, talking about them on YouTube.
You know, at least they in there. You know, how you gonna know about any of these dogs if it don't be for the journal or any of these other old books out there like Fat Bills and not them the true real dudes, you know, that was really putting them out there where there was a record of what was going on. Y'all wouldn't know nothing about Fat Bill and them dogs if it don't be for them books. It don't be for those matches. And got the nerve to be like, well, who did you beat? Well, wait a minute. We still now we on who did I beat? You haven't shown me anybody that you beat. You started telling me.
I mean, we can only say he said 5, but we had over 40 down fights.
But yeah, damn, for real. I had over 40 down fights in my time in the game. I can't remember everybody, but been in there a lot. I refereed a lot of matches. You find me in a lot of these journals, and I don't even have a lot of them. Yet I'm all up in these damn books. You see me in there with Hines, B. Hines, Roster Man, How Cash, Mau Mau, Stone City, Hardcore, Deep South, Windy City, yep, TKO. I mean, it's just so many more, man. Atlas Brewer, James Edwards. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Millbuster, Supernet, Triple M. I mean, look at all these names, man. I can't forget Ozzy. You hear all that shit, man? Come on, y'all. That right there, that's not capping, because those is
Jamie, long competition. Remember this list?
I mean,
Mad.
I mean, look, come on, Mad came and bought a dog off of us. Come on, y'all. Back then, and they got DSK dogs. Why would he want to buy a dog from me? Oh, I know why, because he's the one that probably, well, I heard broker the little Mayday moved to Florida. He was so impressed, he followed the dog. Okay? And then came down and bought one from me after Little Mayday beat Wacko. In 2003, he came down and bought one off of Maytu and Cock Diesel bred the Sassy Girl. I sent them that bitch down there full of puppies. See, this is not what you call capping. See, capping is when, you know, you don't have nobody to turn to and say, I did this, and then be able to prove it. You can go on Pairs Online and see Mad with a going hard dog. So.
BK, whether they got stolen. So the day he died.
Yeah, BBK, when a guy died over there at BBK, somebody stole all the dogs. What did everybody came up missing? So these are things that
needed to make your blood.
Right. You can't call these things caps, because I'm not capping on me. You know, I'm pointing out people, you know, it's obvious they had these dogs. So your turn. And you already know what happens when I say your turn. It gets kind of brutal. Name calling, you know, any other thing to break the conversation. You know, because it ain't got, there's no moves to make if all you got is the cap. See, this show over here, we ain't no capping. You know, we ain't cap brothers. We don't talk shit and can't back it up. You know, capping is when you can't back shit up. You just running off with the mouth. So y'all need to pay a little bit more close attention to how you're buying your pups. Spending all that damn money for what? Just for a pretty pedigree? Just to make that perfect breeding? And then like so many of us old dog men say, y'all so kennel blind because y'all spend more time looking at y'all papers than y'all do feeding your dogs and taking care of them. You glorify your dog based on his paperwork. You know, you build your whole concept of, you know, what that I call kennel blind, on a hope that becomes bigger than a hope to you, that, you know, where is the game is if you ain't never seen it.
But how is everybody trying to be a Floyd Bougie?
Right.
And
Floyd Boudreaux, the only reason we talk about Floyd because he bred good dogs.
Well, the reason why we talk about Floyd, he bred great dogs. We talk about Pat Patrick, bred great dogs. We talk about Maurice Carver, bred great dogs. We talk about Earl Tudor, he bred great dogs. And then we can come. Let's move on. Let's keep on moving on up to the people who had Boudreaux dogs, like Stinson and Glover, Rupert Adams. You know what I mean? I mean, look at them. Great dog, Angus, Art. Come on, y'all. STP. All these are dog men. Captain America. Andre Giroux. I mean, all these are great dog men. And, okay, so there's no way out here for you guys to take these dogs in the underground and put them in any type of publication. For somebody to have a publication in the United States, even though we have a right, the system is not, that right doesn't fit like it used to fit back in the day when I was dealing with court and my name was all in that journal and they tried to put it in front of a jury. My name is all up in that book. Department of Agriculture, they got every name in that book in a database, in all those books. I mean, if y'all wanted to get copies, maybe they could give us, one day they'll cut them down things loose where we can get them and get copies of them and make them part of historical pieces, because it's still free speech. Me personally, the way it is now, I wouldn't record shit in a book. And without, and then again, how are you going to get great dogs if y'all don't know what a great dog look like? Basements, they got a better grip than y'all because they're in that world. That's a community in itself. It's a community. Guarantee you they gonna know. Give it down what part of the country it is, they gonna know who's the badasses, because that's what it's always been. A competitive game that's going to draw off the biggest competitors. Yes, you're going to always have fast lane kennels. Fast lane kennels, they run on fast lane dogs. That means for them to be fast lane dogs, that means they're playing in a field that, they're one of them, they them 90%ers. How you know you got a fast lane dog? When you winning 90% of your matches, regardless of who come. Don't be stingy. Yeah, we prefer top competition, but how can we talk about top competition when we see these nobodies beating the best? But thank God we can at least see it in the book. We see a lot of no-name kennels that we might not never see in that book, but one time, and the one time we seen him, he being a badass dog. I guarantee you he might be talking shit one day to somebody in a garage of dog man and say he did that and go grab his journal that he done kept close by and slap that mug on the table and say, now you show me something while you run your mouth trying to put me down. You can't even show me that much. Yeah. Now who becomes the capper? That's the point I'm making about the separation between the real dog world of what it used to be and how it has diminished based on the raids and the people going to jail and the internet. internet is like, it's a melting pot of everybody got great dogs. To me, the capping doesn't go down like this in the basement. Cappers are only for those who cap upstairs. Downstairs, there's not much capping going on. I mean, wasn't much capping going on back in my days, and there's a reason why. So I don't think that reason has changed much. You have too much competition going on out there for, it to be a capper down there. A capper, you wouldn't last down the basement if you ain't got a dog. You wouldn't be able to stand the pressure. Because a good week, you might not have no more dogs. You cap too much. They're gonna be telling you to go home and get your best shit. Don't be coming back to this cash ass shit. And when you get over here, shit done in 10 minutes, and you ready to run home and grab something else. I thought you bought your best shit. I told you don't bring nothing but your best shit. Yeah. Yeah, we done that before too. We said bring your best shit so you don't have no excuses. When a man jump up in there and you looking across them walls, that man ain't coming with no excuses. He doing the same thing you doing. Y'all both on even ground tonight. I guarantee you he wouldn't appreciate somebody who run their mouth and don't do shit but run their mouth. Guarantee you he wouldn't appreciate you talking shit on him about losing. Guarantee you won't say nothing to him. And you ain't doing nothing. You will be out of there before it became a problem, because the real dog man would chase you out of there. You ain't ready to run home and grab shit, you get the hell out of here. You either get out of here or shut up. And true dog, man, if you didn't even report in the journal, you went home and got your shit, you might be an off the chain man. A lot of guys did a lot of off the chain. They didn't want to take the time to put their dog in shade. They felt like they made better money with a good dog, taking them off the chain, which is commendable. But Barracuda wouldn't have been shit doing it that way, bad as he was. It looks so much better being Barracuda Grand Champion Barracuda instead of Barracuda 5-time winner OTC. Come on, y'all. Cap. And a lot of his matches weren't really OTCs. They just wasn't reporting them. 9. He won 4, then he had to go out and win 5 reported. Somebody said we have to go back to money if it ain't in a brown paper bag and phone of the internet. We can maybe get back to, business. Yeah. Well, I think the only way we can get back to business is let the dark continue being in the dark, and then y'all just got to work on this light. This the light that's killing you. The light is what's hurting you. We need light. When it comes down to these breedings, how can I teach you guys about the breedings if y'all looking at it from a standpoint that I'm not even giving it to you at that standpoint? I'm giving it to you on the standpoint that the world that I come from, we bred and we matched our dogs. And for us to learn how to do that, I'm pretty sure if you look at some of these damn pedigrees, and you only see me in the first 2 generations, but for some odd reason, it seemed like everything from what I did and start working way back made sense all the way up to me. And I made it even better sense because I was paying attention and based on what they was doing and what it did for me. Now I'm in that formula. And the formula seemed to work out for me. So I'd be able to take that and pass it down and and show you guys, boom, 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 boom. Like they passed it down to me, now I'm passing it down to y'all. But keep in mind, what good is it if you're not on the same page that I'm on? Because on the page that I'm on, you got to be on my page. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Or respecting the fact of what I'm talking about based on what everybody behind me did to get me there. Because I know what I had to do to get my name up there with what they were doing. I had to do what they were doing. So I had to go and find me the right dog. If it took me to breed to them, I'm going to breed to them and try to do what they're doing. And then when I get my opportunity, I'm going to be able to do what they're doing. Black Ice did the same thing. He produced his own dog by getting dogs and got him a line, and he started selling dogs and did pretty damn good. He became very knowledgeable. But sometimes when you get too knowledgeable, you get ahead of yourself. Never to me, knowledge means everything, but work means more to me. And he matched dogs and he put a lot of work in. So I'm gonna always give him his props. Always give him his props, but you can't go stepping on the greatness. You make a mistake, you can make that you can do that to nobody's, but when you're doing it around greatness, it'll never work for you. It'll never work for you because you're not great as these guys, and it just makes them look bad. You'll be more important down there with the nobodies, because down here with the somebodies, that shit don't fly. That shit don't even work on us. It only works on people who don't do what you do. You feel more comfortable, you need to go over there and mess with them, because down here with us, people who do what you do, that shit ain't gonna fly. That's why you ran out of here. I love him to death. He is a good friend. And that was his fault, not mine. And I'm a man, so I ain't gonna step down on that shit and then have to go back and try to lie about it because you was embarrassed. Made it even look worse. Give me another picture of you now. I'm looking at you totally different about a lot of shit. So, I stay being who I am, and I ain't trying to change that. I'm a competitor. I'm gonna always compete. But I'm on a bus, and on this bus is a pass. And the pass that I share with you guys carries a lot of information in there. You can't keep getting my pass confused with this other shit that y'all call, I don't know I call it all cap.
They call it the now.
Yeah, what y'all call it now is a lot of cap. A lot of cap. A lot of cap. There's nothing solid going on. If you really want a great dog, take the chance and go find you a creeper.
Just get out there and put the motherfucking shit and get him to do a confirmation.
Well, yeah, or just take your shit, man, and go put it in a confirmation show. Tread a treadmill. I mean, do something. What kind of line of dogs are we gonna have if nobody's doing nothing but capping? And when you make a good breeding, what can you do with it? What are you gonna do with it? How do you know it's even good? How do you even know that is great? If you ain't ran a tree, you ain't ran a wall, you ain't ran a mill, you ain't won confirmation. Sure as hell ain't in the basement. Sound like another kennel I know running around, talking about all these great dogs and can't nobody find one of them. The only person still telling the story is that one person. And you know, so and they know so damn much. But come on now. This is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. I'm standing on the bus looking at it and be shaking my head. How did this shit even survive out here? You know, YouTube is a good place for information and entertainment, but y'all gotta remember, this is historical shit that we talk about on here. And y'all supposed to be able to take all the historical notes of what was done in the past, even if you ain't got no intentions on doing anything that we did in the past. Just the fact of knowing how these dogs got there, how these dogs made it, how these kennels made it there, what made these kennels great, what made these dogs great. That's what we're here to do with you guys. You know, give you the information that we picked up on our experience while running around like that. You know, just the information alone is interesting. You know, when I sit there and I talk about all these great kennels and these particular dogs that they had that made them great, you know, that made it worth the conversations that we be having, you know, and the breedings that they were making. You know, those are things, man, that should be very educational to y'all. Because these dogs are legit. They are the real. There ain't no capping in that shit. You know, we can all say that, you know, I could probably put little Mayday on as a 42. If Art was a 42, I'd have ran in the Art. How many of us can sit and say that? But could it ever happen? No. Art already gone. A lot of things that we could have, should have, would have did. I mean, it's all this, that. That's all it is. It don't get no further than that. So why waste a lot of energy in that? You know? But the people be like, well, we couldn't find you and all these great kennels that I'm running around and you couldn't find me. You know why? Because you wasn't in that area. You wasn't in that place. You know, we know where you was. We can tell. We can tell. So I can't see where that starts off on hating on me. It should start off on hating on you because we out here in the fast lane running around to the point that I know a lot of that you don't know. I've seen a lot that you haven't seen. You might have your pocket, but I'm not taking that pocket away from you. But don't take my chest away from me because your pocket ain't big enough to hold my chest. Y'all get what I'm saying, y'all? People become haters just because I'm carrying a bigger car. You riding in a nice car and you did what you did to get that car. But don't hate on mine because mine is bigger and I did a little more. And can't knock you for what you did for where you was at. I give you that. But don't go sweating me because you ain't big enough to do that. You ain't been out there far enough and seen enough. You didn't give a fuck where you was. You wasn't out here enough to find me. I ain't got to go looking for you because I've been everywhere. Bumping anybody I wanted to. You wanted me to find you, you'd have stuck your head out there like everybody else that I got on with. You know how that go. No matter what you say, bro, they always gonna because they don't have nothing better to do. Well, but that's the problem there. Pit dog, that's the problem. We have shit better to do.
They can too.
They can too if they stop all that capping. No matter what you say, bro, they gonna always do it because they don't have nothing better to do because they can't do what we do.
They can do something.
But they can do something. They can go jump on a meal. They can go jump on a damn confirmation. They can go jump on a wall. You know, they can go do something. But to sit there and try to put us down in our past and ain't doing shit, man, for anybody to think they can get away with that, they will never get away with that on me. Because I'll keep flipping the table. I got all this that I'm doing, and I dare you stand here and think you're gonna have an argument with me. You ain't doing nothing. All I got to do one time is just tell you to just don't say nothing and just show me. You would think somebody, it was nighttime and we was out there in the woods somewhere. All you hearing is crickets. Because they can't. But they can argue with you. But they can't really get down to business with you like you said there, pit dog. All they got better to do is run their mouth. Oh, let me say that again. All they got to do better is cap. You know, it's not the fact that they don't got nothing better to do because they don't want to do that. All they want to do is cap. Cap, you don't have to prove shit. You just keep running your mouth. Took on all who wanted it. Let me find out who wants it. GHK. Don't think we owe don't think we owe holler at them. I can't tell them. Hey, I put it like this. I'm on the bus. I am on the bus. And you see, when y'all come in this room where I take y'all back down here around my time, where I can give you that. I can show you that. I can tell you all about the historical events. You know, I can tell you about all the great dogs. All this is historically stories. You know, you can't go taking somebody in the now and going back there where I'm at, you know, with no criteria now whatsoever, not even nothing to carry, and then act like while you on this bus, you somebody when you really over here, you are nobody. Because you ain't got nothing to bring over here. So just shut up and enjoy while you're over here. And see some shit and learn some shit and enjoy it, because that's why it's here. It's not here to be better than you. It's not here to take your clout or whatever the hell you looking for. And don't try to get it over here because you're out of place over here. You know what I'm saying? You know, and how many times since we didn't have this podcast that we didn't have to show people? You know? I don't have to.
I done seen them get out there and look and be dead.
I mean, I like when they go looking for our shit, but I be mad because y'all don't find enough of it. Y'all ain't looking because y'all don't know how to look. You don't know where to look because y'all don't know how to look. Y'all don't know where to look for great dogs. Y'all don't know where to begin. You don't even want to understand the purpose and the idea of what it took for us to even be able to do that. You ain't nobody really trying to find that out. What made them do what they did, and why we telling y'all go over there and look for yourself and figure it out. Yeah, I see what they mean. I see this. I see that.
And still ask questions.
And then still got questions to ask when it's all right there. All those kennels, all those great names, they're all right there. You know, he said they think it's a rap, like you don't got that what up now in the back. They don't even want to go in that area. They don't even want to go in that area because on the bus back here, you know, I give you a chance to talk them wolf tickets because I'm on the bus. So I would treat you just like you on the bus. And we historically speaking, you got a dog, I'll tear your ass up, historically speaking. Because I'm back here showing you how I am. Now, while you up there in the now, you want to take something home with you, go home and take that thought with you. And then the next time you have that feeling, don't get out here on YouTube and talk about it. You know? You know how that go. You feel like that. You don't need YouTube. You don't need a crowd. You know what I'm saying? Somebody accommodate you. I'm pretty sure if you want to go put you some goggles on and go look around in the dark and find out, don't come in with your mouth though. We don't need your mouth. You're confident. You don't need to say shit. You know what you need to do. And you know, that's enough. You get off the bus and you drop your ass off at home. I'm pretty sure if you You find your way back on here, you might not even need to catch the bus to get up with me. You'll figure out how to get over there and get on that mug and meet me there. You know how that goes? But that's how the game goes. You know, I think guys have then lost the sight. Y'all making the game a sad game. It's like too much trash in the game. All these good dog men and all these great things they done, it's just getting like y'all trying to just shove all that shit under the rug because y'all can't stand up to the past. Y'all hate the past because y'all can't stand up to the past. But you study using our pedigrees. You study using our great dogs. You study bragging and hyping up some shit that y'all got without putting in the work that made them dogs even work you wanting. I mean, at least put them on a meal. At least put them in a confirmation. At least do something other than cap.
20 years and can't pull.
20 years and can't pull out one fucking dog. Not talk about the mug. I said pull it up. Well, I ain't do the journal with all these thousands of people in this damn book, and you ain't in there. You what we supposed to give you? A pass for that? No, you get a minus for that. That's your fault. Like Jack Kelly said, you just gave you by not doing that, you gave your dog injustice. Your dog. All we need to do is tell you to shut up because we don't want to hear no capping over here. We need to see some shit. We don't want to hear shit. That shit work out there on YouTube. That shit don't work out here in the basement. And you know that. So you can't grab up nothing and you don't need to be running your mouth like you're doing. Go back to YouTube with that noise. Come around here with that bullshit, around some real dog, man. You've been doing this shit 20 years and you can't show us shit. We ain't on YouTube. We can get out there in a private spot and be same fucking thing being brought to you. Show me something. 20 years of what? Doing what? Don't want to hear shit. Nothing. You want to see it. You know? Totally two different worlds. You see what I'm saying? And one world you cap, the other world we do. We done. You know? Y'all trying to do something in the new world. I mean, why we ain't got no organization that really we got registries. We got guys that's doing shows, but why y'all ain't really pushing that? You know, I know South Bottom, I know APDR, you know, ADBA, but you know, just like they had Earl Tudor and them and all them, and through time, you know, we grew into other bigger and better kennels, you know what I'm saying? You know, they became up with bigger and better dogs than the old guys. You know, we done that. Yes, we had the 90s and the 2000s. You know, it's not the same repertoire that was being done back there in Tudor's time and Covino and all them. And as you keep going up, the dogs kept getting greater and greater and greater. That's why we don't have a whole bunch of old time dogs sitting on that registered merit list. And what's on that list is old compared to the fact that because of lack of reference, y'all have lost that ability, you know, to continue that, to be able to replace those dogs. Those dogs will always be there on there until something changes. And it's not going to happen on Facebook. It's not going to happen on YouTube. It's not going to happen in nobody's podcast. It's none of that's going to happen nowhere up here where the world can see. You know, that world is meant for those who's willing to go out there and take that risk and put it to work. And if it's not as many people out there that was doing it back in my time, and that's a fact, then what everybody else doing? Y'all ain't doing that. What else y'all doing? Y'all ain't running no trees. Y'all ain't running no confirmations. And not a lot of y'all, not to make a big ass difference. not to make it even enjoyable to be able to have a podcast out here with somebody doing shows and showing us these confirmation shows and things like that. You know, it should be big enough where we should be able to sit down and do this shit regularly. Not just a few people, but a lot of people, with everybody and all the shit that I sit there and watch on YouTube and on Facebook and, you know, all these other places, Instagram, all this barking and yakking and capping and, you know, and that's all we get. Nothing to look forward to the future. Still depending on those survivors. Them zombie makers. Still surviving off of them. Still straggling around out there. You know, that's all we got. That's all we got. And you got a lot of everybody, and everybody want to talk about them, but they in the dark. We can't say they give them by name. We know all y'all by name because y'all all out here on YouTube yapping about it, capping about what? You ain't doing nothing wrong. So, but you capping. We don't even know these other guys who's taking the chance to be continuing the preservation of what a great dog is. You know, and then cappers sure don't have a right to even be in that same category with those guys. You should be ashamed of yourself even coming upstairs trying to discuss anything pertaining to those guys. Know your place. Y'all step out of y'all place so much capping. Sometimes it sounds like, you know, you got police inside these damn rooms trying to get somebody to talk about something they ain't got no business talking about. And I don't know why they waste their time doing it around these places, because ain't nobody up here in these damn rooms doing shit. I'm pretty sure they don't want to waste their time and money and equipment on this podcast shit. They know everybody out here capping, because anybody who's anybody, you best believe they be trying to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? The only one we seen that was stupid enough to get caught out like that was Triple J. Running around with a podcast, getting caught at a match. Okay, that looks bad. That's rough. You know. It says, those are beautiful times. Those are beautiful times in the dogs, but I like the shit y'all running is what we want at its purest. JK, if we can get sound like some sound shit like that I saw in my teens, like I saw in my teens. Man, all I can tell you, man, is that, you know, again, if you looking, you don't need to be looking on YouTube. You don't need to looking on Facebook or none of that other shit. And y'all know that. Y'all know that. You know, it's like, you know, this is the pay part of the game. This is not the basement. This is not the basement. You're not going to find what you're looking for up here. You're not even supposed to be asking for it up here. You shouldn't even be expecting it up here. And that's what separates the doggers and the real dog man from the capping ass dog man. Because the real dog man ain't gonna be upstairs capping to y'all about shit. They don't even want to let y'all know where they at. You believe me, if I was the underground, I'd be scared as hell of these channels. For us retirees, if we didn't got our time in and we done, we can get out here and clap and talk shit and point out our shit and show our shit and dangle it all in y'all face. Because y'all can't do what we doing. Y'all, that's why y'all mad. Y'all like hearing this, But y'all are trying to take advantage of us by thinking y'all so much greater because y'all got dogs now. Y'all ain't doing shit with them. So what the hell you trying to think you gonna make us feel bad for? We laughing at y'all. Definitely looking at the fact that y'all have no respect for what you see when it's real in front of you. So that lack of respect on that right there showed me, you know, why everybody wants to be not called a greenhorn. You're acting like one. Because what's one of the major rules in the dog game when it comes to respect? Know your place. If you can't accept that role in the game, then I know you don't know nothing about the downstairs, the basement. So I know that your place is upstairs, and there's no need for us to be discussing anything pertaining to a basement. You know, that's how it works, guys. And all this is for historical purposes and entertainment. That's why I like telling y'all this stuff. You know, if you just look at the pedigrees that we pull up, that's teaching y'all enough. Can't y'all break that shit down? Y'all can't break that shit down, y'all. Y'all should be able to break that shit down. Y'all should be able to look at those pedigrees and literally get back there. Hey, Mike, can you pull up Amber for me? No, you can be on the same thing. Remember, it might be like, you know, your thing and like connected to it, you know? I know, that's what I'm saying, but that's the probably cutting it out.
Yeah.
There you go right down there. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, fellas? You know, I had it all planned out. I had some things in the journal I wanted to show y'all. You know, like I was doing roster man. Did y'all notice that? Gone at Christmas pit, so you can open that. But roster man, did y'all notice how Lady Stone was bred? And did y'all check out how that Brunson dog was bred? Did y'all check out how? I mean, I didn't really hear nobody really spoke up on roster man's two dogs. I mean, I was trying to point out the way they were bred. And remember, one grand champion, other one Lady Stone. You know, that was man, shit. That double bred Zebo, man, that shit was something special to me. Okay, go ahead, Mike. I'm gonna put it up. Hey, y'all, I wanted to show y'all this right quick before I call it a night. You know, this is one of them things that I was pointing out. Go to Chris's pit down there, Mike. Where you going? Chris's pit. We're over. It's the last off. Now look at this pedigree for Mike. Kick it over. Y'all see that, right? That's Chris's pit. See that Pepsi Cola? No, Mike. No, go right there to Jim Dandy. Klaus's Jim Dandy. Come down. Go over. Keep going. Oh, Jim Dandy, Mike.
Am I in the way?
No, second generation.
Second generation. This one.
Look at that, man. Now click on Stagger Leap.
Stagger.
Second generation. Y'all see that, y'all? You see where I'm going now, right? Y'all see. Now remember, this is a yellow John dog, but look at that one little bit that I was talking about. Yeah. See all that close up in there? Now, I want to go back. Y'all see that, right? Now, slowly take it back, Mike. Now, look, we're going to go back to where we came from. Stop right there. Now, look, we already got Klaus and Zeke over here in Amber's pedigree. Remember, this is in her pedigree. Now, this is way back there now, y'all. And Amber's an old dog. Look, we got Stompanato in her pedigree.
If you was to look at that, you would not see. We know Jocko, but when you sit down there and look at Pepsi Cola, you'll pick up Jim Dandy just by seeing Fitzwater Goldie over here in a Red Boy dog. But if you go over there and look, that Fitzwater Goldie is sitting, that Jim Dandy, he's sitting up there down there like a Bolio dog, a red baby dog. Red same shit down there made red baby right there. Now that's her pedigree. If I was to tell y'all this bitch had a lot of stabber in her and looking at that right there, where would y'all find it at? Y'all would be like, where? Because y'all think y'all know every dog on that pedigree. But if I told y'all, look at y'all, that bitch got stabber in it. And Fitzwater's Goldie. What would y'all say? You know what I mean? Get it? You know? And I just wanted to point that out because you say it doesn't mean anything, but it to me it meant a lot, because when you start adding that shit up and you're looking at that pedigree and you say, well, if I started way back there and I started working my way up with taking on the responsibility that every one of these breeders took, getting up to this point here, then everything that I did after that point, that I was able to take and carry this stuff on to where I ended up bringing back the stabber stuff, back to clout stuff, back to yellow stuff, back to red boy stuff, way up there in my time. And still ended up with good dogs doing that. Stomping out all them dogs up in that pedigree. Zebo, little man, sister, all up in that pedigree. You know? Yeah, and basically that's where the dog, as far as Brat and all them, that's where they started at. With her. Being bred the Grand Champion Ace. But, when you look at that stuff, man, I'm looking at it like, I can go back and then I can look at the dogs that we had back then with all that Grand Champion Buck and Dolly and Yellow and all that Red Boy and Jocko, and down there looking at the same dogs that we're looking at back then, looking at them right there up in the front with more work. With more work. Remember, we can even say
Okay. You got control of everything.
Yeah, I got that.
All right, fellas. You got control of it. Okay, I'm back. Let me get this, clear this up here. Where am I at? Yeah. Right here. Stop sharing. All right, fellas. I know why Mo took y'all back there, because he just wanted y'all to see, get a chance to actually see, you know, when they be talking about, oh, I don't think nothing about that stabber. You know, for people who be thinking like that, I be like tripping, because you know what? You know why y'all don't, you know why shit like that gets by you? Because you don't really fully understand the complexity and how serious, you know, Mo and KP, it was about our blood. I mean, I don't know how y'all be missing that type of shit. If we sitting here showing you, we didn't create that shit. We only working off of what works. Now, we told y'all how we got Amber. We bought Amber out of the box. Amber was our very first red boy, you know, dog. Remember, it was Amber first, then, you know, Pretty Mama. But by the time we got Pretty Mama, Bratton and Little Mayday and them, they was already on the ground. So just think about when we talk about bloodlines, how you make shit yours. Well, we already know, but if you looked at the stabber shit that was in Amber, and that wasn't but look like a little eighth right there. But look how much we kept carrying that shit forward. You start seeing a lot more stabber, you know what I'm saying, as we were moving forward. And then it's still, you know, you have to understand that when you add the buck shit and the Mayday shit, and when you think the yellow buck shit and the damn Mayday shit was damn near the same shit. But then what was we adding to it? All right, we bring in the Jeep shit coming through Grand Champion Ace. But you can't forget about the other part of Red Ace. Remember, the Zebo never stopped. The Zebo was coming along with the buck shit anyway, but remember who Amber is. You couldn't help but bring the rest of that Klaus shit forward. Now you got all of that, and it met right there when you made that cross between the Mayday shit, the Stone City shit, and we were already carrying the Jeep shit with the Red Ace shit, which meant we were bringing that extra stabber on the bottom. Remember, we always try to look for reasons why our traits, and for us, that's what it was all about. Remember, you can't forget, James Pope was a master of understanding papers. You could say they came from the school of James Pope when it came to them papers. Remember, James Pope knew all of them, even when, you know, that's the Buckeye man. If anybody familiar with the journal, the man had plenty, did a whole lot of writing for the journal. James Pope, but he was called the Buckeye man. But the man had a whole lot of insights because he was dealing with the people who was actually doing the thinking, which made him get better. All he did was share what he knew. How did he know what he was doing? Well, he was down there talking to the damn people. I mean, they damn near giving him dogs and all kinds of shit. Got to remember Shirley. Abernathy Shirley was really Pope's Shirley before Pope sent her back to him. So think about that. When does a bloodline become yours? When you make it worthy of being something worth talking about. You know? See, a lot of people didn't know nothing about Cheryl Powell, but how you gonna not know about that? Without him, there would be no tornado. Care how you look at it. The man just didn't throw this shit together. Believe that. And for that dog, them two puppies, that male and that female that went off the PA, you know, that always takes me back to when I start thinking about Sheriff Powell. You know, because he made that breeding. But look where he was. Them are still North Carolina dogs. They might be Hetrick dogs, but they're still North Carolina dogs because Powell, the man who bred them dogs, that brother-sister breeding on the bottom side of Tornado's papers, that's him. You know what I mean? So when I say, how do you make a bloodline? You know, when do you make that bloodline yours? Well, I've seen plenty of people in my lifetime do it. You know, y'all talk shit all the one about that damn stabber shit. You're damn right. You better talk about it. Because we wouldn't have to worry about talking about it if it wasn't a part of what we was doing. And you wouldn't have to worry about me talking about it if the dog wasn't worth being talked about. How about looking at it from that standpoint? Give a fuck about how y'all be feeling about don't say what, don't, no, that's the whole point. You talk too goddamn much and you don't show enough. I'm showing you why we talk about Stabber, why we talk about Mayday, why we talk about the dogs that we talk about because they're worth talking about. What good am I going to do you if I ain't got shit to show you? My thing is, I'm not trying to be like everybody else. Because we don't have nothing to sell you. We're not out here trying to buy likes or views or nothing else. This is not a popularity contest. Gentlemen, if you put in the work, you understand your formula, like anything else, any scientist, any inventor, hell, they all gonna put together something, and the only way it's gonna be worthy to where you can critique it, it's got to be able to do what you wanted to do. And if it can't do that, you either tweak it to get it right or you start the fuck over. Why waste a lot of time on something that's not gonna work? See, people might knock the fact that we copied off of what other people were doing. But we took y'all way back on the bottom of Amber's paper, and then y'all gonna sit there and tell me we was literally copying off what somebody was doing when prior to anything else that we had done in the future. You look way back in our past and you see that same shit already back here, and we did not do that. It was already in the dog that we got. But all of a sudden, we're supposed to change what was working to do what? Why not? Why can't we just match up what we already got in here to what's already working with the same shit that that's already out there? Y'all ever look at it that way? Because most of the time for the people who talk that same stupid ass shit, you don't have nothing to show for why you did what you did, because maybe that's why you don't have shit to show. Y'all ever thought about that? For all the kiki and the laughing that a lot of you motherfuckers out here doing, I'm still trying to figure out. You can laugh about my shit, but one thing you can't take away from my shit is I got some shit to talk about. You don't have to like it, but you're going to accept it for what the fuck it is. Can you do that much? No, don't worry about talking about Mayday. I didn't own Mayday. I owned his daughter. I had little Mayday, but everything that came off of them, they had nothing to do with motherfucking Victor. Anything that from that point on, it started right there on our yard. And anything moving forward. And all the other people who got it was able to do the shit that they was able to do. Now, y'all been with this show long enough to know. Y'all pretty much have a chronicle idea of our life in the dog game. From the time we was in North Carolina, all the way to the time that we went to Ohio, all the way to the time that we motherfucking moved here to Florida. There is a chronicle tale
that we have done in these videos. But see, when you're half-ass looking at the shit, you mean you try to forget. But see, I'm not gonna let you forget, because you know the responsibility of why we talk about this shit is because there was a point where we got started, and there was a point that we came to an end. So all that shit in the middle, it meant a lot, because what other reason would we have anything to talk about without the shit in the middle? You ever think about that? Did you ever think that while you stand up there peering through our shit and trying to make up the excuses for whatever, that at that one time and at no time that I have seen, and I get around to see everybody that I have never seen, none of y'all do that when it came to your shit at all, and you talk like you've been in this game. I was back there in the 80s and the 90s, but you ain't got a goddamn thing to show for it. Nothing. I mean, no, not even to talk about what I'm doing. I'm talking about, I said something. You know, something could be just one. I mean, give me something. Don't have nothing to do with, because we can do it a lot. My thing is, when you want to try to do something, don't get caught up in what other people say. Don't get up here and see, this dog game ain't never been funny to me. It took too much time, money, and effort. And the risk was always high. So I don't understand the funny shit. Just because you can pick up a book and read, or you heard this or you heard that, don't make you a fucking dog man. Just because you got a dog on the yard, don't make you a fucking dog man. What makes you, to me, a dog man is one that's actually putting in some work. I wouldn't care what kind of work it is. I wouldn't really care what kind of work it is. Look, we own goddamn it guard dogs. Them guard dogs have a purpose. What's their purpose, Mike? What's the purpose of a goddamn guard dog? Now, y'all might say, oh, you got shitty ass dogs and everything. Look, man, people gonna have a whole lot of shit to say. But I know what, the one thing that I don't never ever have to worry about, one thing I don't never have to worry about, when people act like that, I never have to worry about you stepping in front of me and really wanting to see just how sorry these dogs are. So I never have to worry about that, because I know your punk ass ain't brave enough. You know, look, I'm an old ass man. You think I ain't had people to sit up there and think they was gonna walk up and talk that crazy ass shit? I mean, come on now. I'm reckless. I mean, y'all really don't know who the fuck we are. I mean, I just put it out there like that. Y'all really just don't know, because my life ain't meant for my life. This life wasn't meant for everybody. I never worried about people doing shit. Actually, I think people were more, you know, the fear of doing crazy shit, because we was some type of people. There was a reason Norman disappeared, left his home. There is a reason, and why he stayed hid. You know, trust and believe that. And my gripe will always be with Norman. Don't need to bring anybody else in this shit that they don't have no business to do with that. I'm dealing with the motherfucker who did it. My beef ain't with nobody else, period. So I know how to pick my fights. That's why we sit here and we talk the shit that we talk so openly. Because we really is about that shit. We really is about that life. I don't even make it to 65 years old being nobody's pussy. This game right here was never funny. It was fun, but wasn't never funny. Not when you got people stealing dogs, people telling. I mean, this shit done got so goddamn funny. You know, it's like, hey, how in the hell is the popo up in the place? And we know he taking pictures. But who the motherfucker taking pictures of the popo taking pictures? Now, somebody get me to understand how that's happening. We got somebody else in here with a phone taking pictures of the popo taking pictures. But see, that's supposed to be funny. That's supposed to be something to be laughing about. But maybe it was 20 other people that was there that were thinking everything was supposed to be all cool and everything. That's all fucked up now with cases and shit, all because of the other, maybe the dumb motherfucker who was taking pictures of the popo taking pictures was the same dumb motherfucker that bought them there. You ever thought of that? I look at this motherfucking chat room sometimes and watch some of the dumbass shit that people say. Now, I told you, we are open book, right? Y'all can get out there and just pull out our public, I mean, records is public, people's past can be, that's public record. You know what I mean? There's not much that you can't find about us out there. But I mean, one thing I never understood, if you're going to pull up one thing, how come y'all didn't pull up everything? I'm not embarrassed about nothing that I've done in my past. Actually, I think it would give you a better insight of who I really am. You know what I'm saying? I think you really know. Because you're going to go find out and see what the fuck you're looking at. Remember, I'm still a licensed contractor in the state of Florida. I mean, I ain't got no felony record, none whatsoever. But I can't say the same for my brother. But he ain't got to worry about nothing else because he always going to have me. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, he gets a little off the rocker and shit. But he ain't the one, he ain't the dangerous one. I am. So that should make sense to a whole lot of y'all. Just pull up our records. Don't talk about the dumb shit. I heard motherfuckers try to say I'm a child abuser. No, I punish my children. I whoop my kids' ass. Trust and believe. And there's no police. There's nobody out there when my children are fucking up that I'm not going to correct them. I prefer that I do the things because when I chastise my children, I chastise my children because I love them. And I don't want to see my kids wind up dead or in jail or doing stupid shit or do things that I ask you not to do. Getting beat up by the police. You want to go to school and talk shit and cuss the teacher out because who your father is. You think you got like that. You was better off staying with your mama. But now you down here with me and your mama, two different people. I fucks my kids up. Now, I don't know how y'all take that. And the bad thing about it is, the real bad thing about it was they got me for contributing to the delinquency of a minor. They got me. They arrested me for child abuse, but then they settled the case because my daughter was not going to sit up there in front of them and tell them shit. I wasn't going to let them put her through that. So contributing to the delinquency of a minor, I look at that. Well, if me whooping my child's ass led to her delinquency, then I put it like this: because she got her ass whooped, I know I don't have to worry about having that problem for my daughter again because she know Dad will fuck me up. Not just with my daughter. I've done it with my sons. I don't have unruly kids, and nobody's going to tell me how to raise my children because I prefer that I'm going to take care of my business because I love them. These courts don't love your kids. These streets don't love your kids. Them teachers don't love your kids. Not like you supposed to. That's why I look beyond that shit. But I handle this dog game the same way. I never took this game to be anything funny.
I said I enjoyed myself, but it was still a business. Yeah, I'm a true believer. And, you know, y'all talk about the underground in the past. Well, we dealing with different times. Y'all can't openly do what we did. It because we were able to do the things that we were able to do. People were still getting raided, yards destroyed. Hell, we became victims of that shit. A whole lot of us did. But guess what? It was still enough of it going on, as records will show you, that we didn't have to sit here and make excuses why we ain't in it, why we can't be in the book, why we not in the book, why we don't have something to talk about. You know why we have something to talk about? Because we was doing something instead of just talking. We were actually really doing something. That's why I push for the fact that don't think that you have to be climbing over a wall to do anything with these dogs. These dogs are capable of doing a lot of things, man. You really want to know if you got a good dog? Just because he bred good don't mean he about shit. Remember, there's 1,500 some offsprings of Mayday, but the only thing we can sit here and show you is 18 some champions. Come on now. Get me to understand that. You think we were stupid at that? Do we look that stupid? Do we really be sounding that stupid? If you really think about what we be saying, pay attention to the people who had this shit and how were they the ones who was actually making the shit work. There's nothing else out of Mayday that I feel like that's worth talking about that don't have nothing, no accolades or nothing to show for us out of 1,500 motherfuckers, man. Look, you think I'm gonna be sitting here trying to figure out how many of them 15 of them motherfuckers are worth talking about when I got enough? If anything else was ever worthy of talk about since the first time we dealt with that dog up until the time that dog died, but all that time has passed, y'all only still see certain names that still pull up when we talk about Mayday. He's the most popular dog for that time period. How do you know that? Because we can take you back and show you. Remember, we took you down the Boyles run. We could even take you through the Eli run. The Stompanados, we can show you a whole lot of shit. Remember, time changes. That's the good thing about the record part. Remember, we just going to take you on the ride to go show you where we at. But the responsibility of the success of whatever you do when it comes to that bloodline, it becomes yours the minute you do something with it. I mean, that capping shit, that shit don't work for me. All I do is sit back and look at y'all just like I look at other dog men, or just like I look at people out here in my life on my everyday basis. You talk that shit, but you really ain't gonna be about that shit. I know too many people like that. I ain't never been one of them, ever. Look, I am so bad with that shit. I don't work for nobody. I work for my goddamn self. People work for me. That's how bad we got it. We sit here and we talk about the history of dogfighting and our involvement like we don't be worried about a motherfucking thing going on, because we don't. Am I supposed to be ashamed of that? I don't know. Atlas Brewer became the goddamn mayor of Wilson, North Carolina, I believe. Might have been Mount Airy. Take that back. Cheryl Powell was a sheriff. You know, some of these dog men, they was engineers and Dr. Kimsey Woods. I mean, come on, man. Why can't I be like anybody else was in these goddamn dogs based on give a fuck what they did in their personal life?
And all the other kind of motherfuckers I seen over the damn near 40-something fucking years in this game. Big time guys. Hell, we all had something to fucking lose. But at least they just wasn't talking about it. They wasn't worried about it. They was out there putting it in. Scary motherfuckers, y'all couldn't even do that much, but you got a lot to be laughing and kikiing about, but ain't got a goddamn thing to show for it. Trust me, I don't be laughing with you. And for those who do laugh with them type of people, you should ask yourself, what's supposed to be so funny? Because I be wanting to know. Because this game is nothing to be funny about. Y'all understand the kind of money you spending to feed these dogs? To breed and take care of these dogs, to make sure they maintain their health? You got to get on the road to go to these confirmation shows. That means you got to pick up, go get a room, have that dog ready to perform. You get a good, if you were just to do that much, you would get just imagine what we had to go through to do what we did. How about putting in just that little bit of work, even if you can't win? What's wrong with just trying to make an effort? No. Stop bullshitting yourself. Let me give you something to really laugh about. Let me give you something really laugh about. It's funny, you got a whole lot to laugh about, but you ain't doing shit. Now, how come that don't sound funny to you? Because it sure as fuck sounds funny to me. Because that's some silly shit to me. And that's how I look at people like that. You can't take a silly motherfucker serious for nothing in the world. Because it's obvious when you're dealing with a silly motherfucker. That's all. Bloodlines didn't get built off of papers. Just looking at some papers, y'all. Bloodlines was built and became these people that was willing to put in that work and make them bloodlines worthy of being something to talk about. That ain't gonna never change. Give a fuck if you don't have to climb over the wall to get that. Y'all, this is supposed to be something new. Y'all supposed to make that happen. Captain. We got all these goddamn YouTube channels out here. It seems like everybody's supposed to know something. I ain't taking nothing away from what y'all doing and how you're doing it. What I find fault is don't ever disrespect what I done and what I do. And I'm out here putting in some goddamn work just to do what we doing over here, just to even put it out there for y'all to accept it and even have something to talk about. So don't ever think that I take that shit to be funny. Well, my challenge to you is shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Because I don't mind showing up in your spot. Why don't you show up in my spot and let me see how funny you gonna be. I know you ain't gonna let me get. You're not gonna let me put your ass on blast on your own shit. But come visit me. Let me give you some real shit to be laughing about. See, I'm not want to be out here talking shit, y'all. Because anytime you come over here, you're gonna be talking about dogs. Cause I don't hear shit else. You ain't gonna whoop my ass. We ain't gonna be talking about your mama, your kids, and your family. The police and all that. No, we gonna keep it on some motherfucking dogs. Show up in my house. And let me see how funny shit get. You see, you ain't gonna want to do that. And I'm gonna respect that because I know why you don't want to do that. But you better understand your goddamn self too, why you don't want to do that. Gentlemen, I reiterate, going into 2026, I'm going to always be on the work I don't care what you do, how you and all that. All I'm saying is make it your own. Stop listening to the bullshit and put in some work. I see guys out there putting in some work and they looking good. It's just going to be a matter of time that guess what? They're going to find themselves in that situation where everybody's going to want some of whatever they're doing. Why? Because they got some shit worthy of talking about. That's where I'm at. They ain't sitting on their back, just sitting back, just gathering up shit and just talking shit. They out there putting in the work. That's where I'm at. Now, where does community go from there? I don't get into all that. All I'm asking you to do when you come, take advantage of the information that's given you, you know, and just handle yourself in a manner to where you really are really trying to do something right with these dogs. Because your bloodline might be the reason we're going to stop talking about Jeep and Frisco and Mayday and Yellow, Red Boy, Awesome Baby, Jocko. All them names not supposed to mean shit in the next 5 years. Honestly, nothing. I would love to see what it looks like when it changed. When you can openly have a champion confirmation dog that, goddamn it, keeps producing like they be doing these bullies and these band dogs. You know, these motherfuckers be looking so good and so built and big, and they out here selling them $500,000, and this getting a motherfucker $500,000 clone, a motherfucker, $1 million to get them on clone. I mean, they making that kind of money because of what looked good. And y'all gonna put the competitive nature of the American Pit Bull Terrier against that shit. Does that make sense? That don't work for me, man. Those are two different types of situation. I'm always gonna look at that damn big ass bully or band, or I don't know what the fuck they call them, but I'm just looking at them and I'm just like, you know, I can't see trying to do a pit bull and put a pit bull on that level right there. I look at a pit bull something totally different. Y'all know how we look at these dogs. I know y'all know what these goddamn dogs are supposed to look like, because I watch Samurai show. I see the pictures of some of them beautiful dogs of somebody out there putting that work in. I'm seeing what they look like. I've been to a confirmation show. You know what I mean? I've been watching them. But I think we need more competition so you can get back to respecting the dogs. You start respecting the dog, you're going to start respecting the man with the dog, because the dog is only going to be worth talking about based on their accomplishments. Keep beating you in the head until you can figure that out. That's all. So, as I get up out of here tonight, man, I know this is our second show of the year, but guess what? Y'all out of this, because that's where we at. We're going to talk about the past to give you a better way of looking what created it, our future. Remember, our past, that's why he took you back to Amber. Remember, Amber was, look how old that was. Look how long ago that was. You know what I mean? But look at the years when we start coming forward. The importance of how important that dog was to our breeding program and to the success of these dogs. Why we always talked about Zebo. Why we always talk about Fitzwater's Goldie and Klaus and Stabber. Because if the dogs wasn't worth talking about, then how would y'all understand why we did what we did? So what we always tell you,
Why did you take your bitch to that male? Remember, it's always going to come down to that. How you know it's going to work? Because in the end, it's either going to work on the chin, it's going to be able to stay on the yard, or it ain't going to make it on the yard. It's got to have a purpose to stay on the yard. And if it can't say that purpose on the yard, then it ain't going to be on the yard. That's been part of the game since the beginning of time. As far as I know, not everything worked. Not everything works. So we all understand that. So let's take it from there. Let's work on our hand from there. Let's try to minimize the bullshit. And let's start really talking about some real shit. I mean, I'm seeing some of these shows, we done got so far away from the dogs that I feel I'm almost feeling uncomfortable about even talking about them, because every time y'all come to this show, we're going to be talking about some goddamn bulldogs. In some shape, form, or fashion. We don't do that to be just sitting up here bragging on our shit. This ain't got nothing. Only time we can go back and talk about our shit, because we're going to show you, if you look at what we was doing, and we're telling you we're doing exactly what some of these other people are doing, and you go back and just look at the Mile Mile, the Eminem, the Stone Cities. I mean, fuck going down to that list. Y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about. And just pay close attention. You'll see we all have something in common. And even though we're at the bottom of that list, come on, man. I think it is a hell of a, I just felt so much better to know that, you know, when I look back on our dogs and to still see our dogs in 2025, still. You know what I'm saying? To still be able to see a going hard dog in 2025, that's an accomplishment, because back in my time, y'all already know what other people was doing with our dogs. And we weren't puppy peddlers. So that should tell you enough right there. We don't have to make up a story. We can just show you. I think that's important, because if I'm going to help somebody, why am I going to help somebody by lying to them? A lie is only as good up until the truth pop up. That's why for all you hold on, let me get this right. For all you little Mayday, only thing I can tell y'all about how y'all feel, I personally don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? But one thing I can truly say when it comes down to that, I think my brother done put enough on the table, so it never really mattered that he needed y'all's permission or asked you anything about how you felt about that. He gonna tell you exactly how he felt about it and what it was. And as far as I can sit back and say about that whole situation, it's from I handle the business side of it, and I'm gonna tell you, I hold no grudge. Because remember, we was trying to go into Kunta with his own grandson. There was a reason why when I think about it now, I said there was a reason why they didn't want that to happen. And to be personal with you, thank God it didn't, because it would have been a problem. And I don't say that to be a bad motherfucker, because I still say I am not no badass motherfucker, because truth be told, y'all really don't know who the fuck we are. So I just leave that let that stay where it is. Just know I'm 65 years old. So I've lived a good life. So that should tell you something. I really ain't nothing to be played with, because I do all the things that, you know, I put that part on the table, and I don't do people bad. I don't treat people bad, but I don't let YouTube be the thing that sets me off. What I'm doing is trying to, you remember we told you in the very beginning, we're not going to let you forget about the past. There's certain people in the past and the time period that means a lot to us. You hear it in the song. We pass this thing forward. You know what I mean? When we say debt paid, that debt is paid because we passed it forward the best way we could. It's up to the people to take that information and do as they please. But to all my people in the back, that just, you don't find in them books that we keep pulling up in them pedigrees. Goddamn right, I don't give a fuck. Y'all get tired of seeing them. Y'all need to keep on seeing them because sooner or later, y'all want to be able to do the same thing when it come down to your shit. Because at least they have shit that you can do that with. And it ain't all that about no tutor and all these other motherfuckers. Remember, we can come up in our time and pull up these people's shit and still be just no different than anybody else and have the accolades to show for it for that time period. All through the 90s into the 2000s. That's what we're trying to get out of it because we weren't the only ones able to do that. They're part of that history. Respect that. Appreciate that. Because that's why we do it. We do it to pass what was given to us. And we give it back. It ain't meant to give back to be criticized or talked about. And with us understanding that, don't really give two fucks about what other people think. But don't call me a liar. Don't tell me I'm capping. Don't do that. Because at that point, I have no respect for you. And when I lose respect for you, then we're going to have a bigger problem because I'm not going to talk about your mama and your kids and your family or nothing else. So please don't go out your way and feel like you're going to find it necessary to talk about mine. You keep it on the dog, I think you would be safer. Because that really tends to be a short conversation because you generally don't have anything to talk about. Or you won't. Because we're not going to spend all day on me because I don't have to say shit. I can show you without having to say a word. So I'm not trying to get up in the games, the funny shit, the slick shit, because my door is always open for you to deal with me. But then that's not helping the game none. That's not helping the people to come and to sit down at these podcasts. Give them something that's going to be worth talking about. Give them something where they stop looking at the game. Man, I'm getting out of dogs. These people, the game ain't shit no more. It ain't nothing like it used to be. Okay. Well, it really ain't nothing like it used to be. But I don't understand why people pay for clicks and buy views to try to be popular on something that where if you was about anything, you wouldn't have to do all that. Just let it, if it was meant for you to happen, just let it happen. Cause I know damn well around here, I just let with shit. We don't even plan shit. We just walk in here and just fire the motherfucker up and let's go. Maybe it'll be a little bit better coming into next year because I'm trying to make a little bit more time to do what I need to do. But take advantage of the moment, fellas. Respect the game. So the game can respect you. Because I have no respect for people who don't respect this game. Understand where I'm coming from. So, look. This game ain't meant for everybody. Just keep this in mind. It's not meant for everybody. People, 400 and life sentences. Bruh, I'm going to put it like this. For anybody who knew about the Missouri 500, because I seen that come up. Let me ask you something. Y'all want to hear, you know, I told y'all all indictment papers, anything pertaining to that case, anything pertaining to what happened, don't go out here and let people start telling you what this was all about. Do yourself some due diligence and go pull up the indictment papers. Go pull up what actually happened. What led to that? Don't be sitting here thinking Facebook and YouTube's going to tell you the story. Go pull up the shit. Read it. Take the time to read it. Understand the names. And then you come back and then we can really have a serious conversation about that. Because I'm still trying to figure out what all that happened. And look at the now where I seen a man get over 400 years. And one man was facing a life sentence. And they wasn't even caught dog fighting. They wasn't caught dog fighting. Think about that. But then go read this big ass blow up with the Missouri 500, and y'all come back and let's talk about who got charged and what kind of time they got. 'Cause I want to hear that conversation, because you will be shocked about all the shit that was involved, and it all come down to ain't nobody getting no 400 years. What if I told you it was a year, 16 to 18 months? What if I told you it was only about 4 or 5 people just in the Missouri shit? What if I was to tell you the feds got out the case? They walked away from it because they knew what they was fixing to do. They say, oh, they couldn't find nothing. That's not what happened. That's just what they put in them indictment papers. But the reality of the story was they had another way of getting around that shit, so they don't want to let everybody know through this public record shit that they was all involved in what we considered the popos was fighting dogs. God damn it, had their own camp. Now, how are you gonna crucify a person for doing something wrong and you doing it right along with them? Stop listening to what people say. Go pull up the paperwork, read it for yourself. At least if you talk about it, you have a better understanding because you done looked at it and you done seen it for yourself. I don't want to do the work for you. I just ask y'all to go put it in the work, because that seems like I'm seeing people saying shit that don't even make sense. People speculate and all that other shit when you can just go pull that paperwork up. Hell, you pull up my paperwork, don't want to put it all up, but then go ahead. You can pull all that shit up. I don't have no problems to talk about my shit. But let's go talk about somebody else's shit, because that was a major issue back in that time. And it's not like people didn't know. There's a whole lot of people who knew everything that was going on. Come on now. Got to understand, y'all. Come on now. I was dealing with an FBI agent named called Jamie Long. I knew his real name too, but let's just think about it. If you think about the defense, the jihad, you know what I mean? Jihad, you know, that goddamn it, Defense Department. I think he had the second highest job in the Defense Department. That's how deep this shit go. Michael Vick was nothing. You see how good the NFL took care of Michael Vick when he got busted? You know, he went and did his time and he came back and they reinstated him to the NFL. You see how they did him? Took care of him. That's what the government do. You know, they're going to make you pay, make you an example, but you know what the NFL did? Don't worry about it. We're going to take care of you because you didn't tell. So y'all don't know that story either. But see, there's a lot of this shit because y'all wasn't around back then. So when I sit back and I watch people shooting shit across the bow, acting like they know what they fucking talking about, I be sitting back like, man, you know, I'm going to make it simple for you. Y'all go pull the indictment papers up because they're out there. Even the outcome of the case, it's out there. And do your due diligence if you really want to know what the fuck went on, and then it would give you a better understanding of why this game ain't built for everybody. The same dumbass shit that they was doing back then, I just seen happen in Texas. Think about it. How the hell is you got drones, cameras? They at the cookout before y'all get there. But we know that's not the only time that shit happens. There's many times that we read them stories. Remember, that's not the first time. I remember in Ohio, same situation. Cameras and shit was already in the goddamn room and set up before the people even started the fights. And then the fight was going on. And surprisingly, people still got away. So these are things that has been always a part of the game, fellas. Somebody had to be bringing somebody to the show that didn't have no business. Well, it generally happens like that when you're just out here doing it like you trusting in everybody out here. Well, I'm not a fan of that kind of shit. That's why I was always comfortable about where we travel and when we travel, because they really did take that shit a little bit serious. I don't know why people think that they didn't. But maybe because of the lane that we was running in, people took that shit a whole lot more serious than other people. So sometimes a lot of that shit we might have bought on ourselves because of the way we moved, you know, but it's still a part of the game. And I always tell you, it's just not meant for everybody. Hell, people was getting their dogs taken and they was breaking into the dog pound, stealing the dogs back. Now, how bold can you be? You know, this is a different beast y'all dealing with. Totally different beast. But you need to go back there and understand why it's important to understand that this game, you know, it ain't meant for everybody. And is it worth the risk? And if it ain't worth the risk to play in the basement, then do better. Climb a wall, jump on a treadmill, pull some weights, jump in a confirmation show, shine on a better light. But to sit back and talk about something in the past that you can't change, y'all gonna have a problem in 2026 with me, because that part right there, because I know there ain't nothing you can go back there and change. So why try? You can go back and talk about what you heard, but then stop talk about what you heard and go put in some work and find out the truth, the real truth of the matter. You know, I'm not always going to put shit on them indictments, because a lot of times the indictment's always going to be the government side of, well, this is what they did. The indictment going to tell you about everything that they did, what led up to it, what they did, who was on the phone, how they did this, where they were getting the dogs from, dates they did the dogs. I mean, goddamn, you goddamn police, 80 fights. Hold it, we only have 40. They was involved in 80, and they traveled. Get me to understand why that don't become a part of the conversation. I mean, for everybody to say, oh, they didn't know. But guess what, fellas? We all knew back then, because the shit was happening before the whole Missouri 500 happened. Shit was already happening prior to that. I think before the Missouri 500 jumped off, the Michael Vick shit had just happened a year earlier. Well, prior to a year earlier than that, some more shit had jumped off that led to the Michael Vick shit. You know what I'm saying? But see, we lived in that time period. You know, if you wasn't in that lane, you wouldn't know these kind of things anyway. But for us, that wasn't nothing new. It's the fact that I laugh because it's still happening today. I just seen it happen in Texas. How did they get there before y'all got there? You know, it's evident in inside job. Somebody telling it, you know what I mean? That ain't even because there's too many cars pulling up, or it was a house party. No, this was none of that. They was already there. That means somebody was telling. Same thing with the Missouri 500. You know, think about it. But that's the history, fellas. You got to know where you're coming from to understand where you're going. Understand the risk before you even talk about understand the people that you being ripped off or being sold some bullshit. Understand all the things that's going to matter, because it does matter when you feeding and taking care of something that costs you. Don't lie to get your claim to fame. Put the work in to get it. We had enough of the beelines and the fake ass papers and all that. Remember, that shit ain't new to this game, but it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt us. It didn't hurt a whole bunch of people that we talk about. So what that tell you? We show you books and books and books full of shit. Don't whether it's right in it or not. Who are we to question? The only part I'm gonna be up on is the shit that I see when it comes to me. Cause not only is it in the book, I was there. So that should tell you something. If I said I was there and I'm in the book, then I mean I was there. A couple other people can say that too. But that's the difference. Can't go back there and change shit, but what you can change is what the future looks like. And that's what's important, what the future looks like. I'm not asking y'all to break the law. What I'm asking y'all to do is, where's the integrity of the game at? If you can't do nothing, do something. Don't make you no less of a man or no less than a dog, man, because you're out there putting your dog in a confirmation show. You know, I don't know. People think a lot of dog men look down on that. No, that's not true. There was a lot of box dog men who were putting their dogs in confirmation shows. I don't know where y'all get that shit from. It just wasn't our thing. Different strokes for different folks, period. Shit, if a dog came out of the basement and won a confirmation show, how would y'all know? Huh? How would you know? Well, you wouldn't. So that bullshit about, you know, we look down on that type of shit, that's bullshit. How many times I done showed y'all books to where they was having confirmation shows? Confirmation shows far bigger than what y'all talk about. They talk about conventions type confirmation shows, 2-3 day confirmation shows, but everything going on. There's a whole lot of that in the journal, in the American Game Dog Times. It's proven fact. What's wrong with getting back to that? There's nothing wrong with it. I would like to see it. I think if you do more of that, you might come out and have better dogs. Because the competition will get tough. The more people doing it, the better the competition going to be. Who's going to shine out over that? There's going to be a powerhouse that's going to come out and represent that part of the game, just like it did before. It'll do it again. Guaranteed. If you don't know that, go back and do your research. You'll find them great ones. Especially at that weight pulling. Amazing. But look, man, let me get out of here. We spent a lot of time tonight. I really appreciate y'all sticking with me. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the game, fellas. Yes, I am a true believer in you can make shit yours. You know, when I sit there and say in 2025, I seen a going hard dog. Literally. Somebody ran up and said, man, at a dog show, step right up. Now, I'm not saying that we didn't, they're not out there, but come on, for me to be in Virginia and somebody walk up to me and say, hey, man, you made us, right? I think your dog is in my paper. And I go look at it, and the whole bottom side is a going hard dog. Oh, damn. Yeah, I know that dog. She came out of Ohio. Yeah. Actually, that dog been through a lot of good dogs. But it was just a shock to see a puppy. to look just like a going hard and act like a going hard dog did as a puppy. That's what we expect to see. I know they got him a good goddamn dog there. Now, remember, I'm just looking, but I know how the dog's bred. I'm looking at this dog. I've raised enough of these dogs to know how they act as puppies. And that kid loved that dog. And that dog loved that kid. Now, how he raised him, that's a different story. But guess what? I met him at a confirmation show. So what that tell you? Maybe you might learn something for the kid, right? Because that's the bandwagon I'm riding. Fellas, until we'll be back here Tuesday. Understanding, I'm finna get out of here because, man, it's finna hit that 3 o'clock mode. And, damn, I want to get this shit together. I know Mo, he out cold. But y'all hear me where I'm coming from, man. Appreciate the game, because the game really will appreciate you. The dogs, the whole concept. Man, these men didn't die and spend all these many years, the great ones, you know, the Floyds, the Boyles. The names go on. They had a love and a passion for this shit. You know? Don't disrespect that. And it's okay if that be you. And for those who been in these dogs 20, 30, and 40 years, it's got to be a reason why you have. Don't downplay yourself on that. Respect the game. And that's where I am with that. So, fellas, until Tuesday, man, y'all stay safe. Enjoy your weekend. Today was a little bit more of a type of situation, you know, based on the conversation. I believe, you know, straight up, that you can make a bloodline and call it yours. You always hear us say going hard dogs. That's our shit, because it's a foundation. We create the foundation, and people went and did what they did with that foundation. Just like every other dog man who has been out here, who we sit here and can talk about, all the way down to Victor and Stone City, all of them. Everybody, all the way back to Carver, to the Boudreaux, all of them. We went from Klaus to Leitner. Think about it. Y'all have been and listened to enough of these stories that should be obvious that it don't take much for a line to be yours. It don't take nothing but the work and the time. That's all. The rest will take care of itself, because ain't no need to talk about it if it ain't worth talking about. It's just a matter of what side of the ball you're gonna be standing on. Until Tuesday, fellas, we will be back with a whole new setup, hopefully, depending on what I do this weekend. But let me do this like this, because I done wasted enough of your time, because I was gonna give it up when Mo gave it up, but I just had to get that off my chest. I was feeling a certain type of way. So until Tuesday, man, y'all stay safe, man. And for all the bullshitters, y'all know I'm gonna be back here Tuesday. And you know, we on some new shit going into the new year. So I definitely welcome you. I definitely welcome you to come talk dog. Don't have to be a big issue. Just talk dogs. I understand. Just come share the love.
Going hard, Kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. From yellow Mayday 8s, they bred real stars. Welcome to the yard where the legends get raised, where the chain spots shine and the bloodlines praise. Grand champ King Kunta with that royal type stride. Red ruby in the pen, red hot worldwide. The brat in the cut, keep the hustle on track. Pretty mama got the look and the structure intact. L-Ride bring the heat, yellow bird bring the flame. Gus and 38 special certified in the game. What day in the ring, crowd love in the scene. Dogs moving like ghosts in the champion's dream. From yellow to buck, their foundation is tough. Yellow buck in the veins, yeah, the roots run rough. Mayday in the pedigree, ace in the spine. That old school fire still alive in the line. Twin brothers in command, pushing forward with pride. Going hard on the banner, let the whole world ride. Hard work in the yard, every sunrise earned. Legacy in the dirt, with every chain spot turn. No shortcuts taken, no champions bought. Just blood, sweat, time, and the lessons they taught. Going hard, Kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. Yellow Mayday ace turning pups into stars. Sheriff Pal bought us in the game, stamp legit. Find him in Tornadoes pedigree. Hall of Fame, double grand champion. James Pogay, the formula showed how to build and sustain. Blueprints in the blood, yeah, the knowledge remain. T.O. our partner, Ohio Cash showed how to win. Turn losses into lessons, now it's trophies we spin. Mama, Triple M, deep south in the mix. Arsenal, Kennel, Stone City, solid foundations, no tricks. Hardcore, BLB up in the spec, it's 6. Yes, Tom, Tony Wade, Southern Kennels, real ones through time from Pro Set, Windy City, combined in place, low tight, apex, pressure built for the chase, gotta eat boys, black ice, hunger sharp as a blade, third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. Yeah, I said third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. It's Mo and Mike in the house. Going hard with the legends. Paying homage, you know. Yo. Twins Mo and Mike, we running this game. Legends in the making, never gonna be the same. Kennels popping hard, these game dogs raised right. The brat, pretty mama, they shining so bright. La Mayday, what a day, they breathe the heat. Red Ruby L-Rod, they can't accept defeat. With 38 special and yellow bird, we top tier champions, grand champions, ain't no fear.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch 2 and don't talk about it. We the real deal, you know it's no doubt about it.
KPTO, the modern Earl Tudor. Got in the pack, making moves like a tutor. APT, family thick, like legends in the game. Legend of them, Triple M. Shout out the name, Deep South, Roadblock. We upholding tradition. Mama, Southern Kennels, we got that ambition. Hardcore here to Stone City brings the fire. The Abrahams, the fam lifting us higher.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch 2 and don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Listen up, respect the hustle, respect the grind. Ben, Nate Dogg, putting in work intertwined. Keeping that legendary status alive, you feel? Don't hate on the ride, catch the bus, we keep it real. What's history without a future? We pay the way, Captain. We make it happen, that's the play. So here's to the champions, run the race, stand tall. Twins Mo and Mike, we gon' answer the call. Legends in the game, yeah, we holding it down. In the world of game dogs, we wearing the crown.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday buck Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, maybe we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch 2 and don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know
Shout out to Ohio Cash, the man with the plan, Rastaman Boom, Schoolboy, aka the. There's levels to this game. Develop your game. Level up your game.